Good morning, teams. Can everyone hear me? All I see is a wall of people, so I think I should be able to hear a lot more cheering. There we go. Welcome to our fantastic venue here at Georgia Southern University at the Hanner Fieldhouse in Statesboro. Who's excited to be this close to Savannah? Yeah? Amazing. Now, raise of hands if you are going to Savannah right after. There we go. Okay. This needs to be in your schedule next year to go to Savannah. It's an incredible place. And of course, Georgia Southern University, and we have an amazing speaker lineup from them. Anybody interested in going to Georgia Southern? Yeah? All right, well, some of our speakers will definitely be changing your minds here. Now, Reefscape is a part of our ocean-inspired season, First Dive, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm has been our partner with FIRST for over 20 years. Please give them a huge round of applause for giving them so much of their support to FIRST and making sure this works every time. And our presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. Anybody heard of the Gene Haas Foundation? They make cars, they make a lot of stuff, but most importantly, they make brilliant minds just like minds of your own. And a big thanks to Haas and all of our donors, from the largest companies to the smallest businesses and individual donors who support FIRST. So to all our sponsors, you can see them across our side screens. I don't know the professional term, but Georgia Power, Coca-Cola, UPS, they support the Peachtree District. They're here all the time. Please give them a huge round of applause. They're here today. There we go. Now, to change your brilliant minds, it's now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. It's a big morning, huh? To kick off our fantastic event and an amazing speaker lineup, please welcome the Executive Vice President for Enrollment Marketing and Student Success, Dr. Alejandra Sosa Paroni.
Good morning. How are y'all doing? Exciting day, right? Thank you for the introduction. On behalf of our president, Dr. Cal Marrero, and the entire Georgia Southern community, welcome to Eagle Nation. And most importantly, congratulations for making it to the first Statesboro qualifiers. Give yourselves a hand. As a comprehensive research institution offering 150 academic programs, serving over 27,000 students across 4 different campuses here in Statesboro, in Savannah, in Hinesville, and even in Wexford, Ireland. That's right. We are so thrilled to have such talented and creative minds right here gathered from across all of the state on our campus. That's what it's all about, ingenuity, what you're doing. And I can tell you, here at Georgia Southern, we believe in soaring beyond limits, beyond expectations, beyond what you even thought was possible. And you embody that spirit here today. Because robotics is not just about building machines, is it? It's about pushing boundaries. It's about critical thinking. It's about ingenuity. It's about innovation. It's about collaboration. It's about teamwork. It's about pushing beyond the norm. So way to go. Now, I understand that you didn't make it here all the way all on your own, right? You have parents and teachers and mentors that help you all along the way. So let's give them a hand and thank them for their dedication and support. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to thank the FIRST organization and all of the volunteers that make this wonderful event happen. Let's give them a hand. Georgia Southern University is incredibly proud to be hosting such innovative, forward-thinking, dynamic individuals. I hope you have a fun competition. May your time on campus be exciting. May you find your time here to also be inspiring. Once again, welcome to Eagle Nation. Congratulations and good luck. Go get them.
Thank you, Dr. Paroni. As we begin our partnership with Georgia Southern University, I hope you will check out their campus, walk their campus, do anything you want, explore their campus. Not anything you want. That was a mistake. Freudian slip. And to tell you more about opportunities with an emphasis on engineering, I know all of you have an emphasis on engineering. Anybody not? Who doesn't have an emphasis on engineering? That's what I thought. Please welcome the Dean of Engineering, Dr. Ramy Hadad.
Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to welcome you here at Georgia Southern University for the first Georgia First Robotics competition, and actually the first Statesboro district qualifiers. It's an honor to be here, and it's really inspiring to actually see the high level of energy, the passion, and the creativity that fills up this room. So with that being said, I want to congratulate you all for making it to this exciting stage of the competition. At Georgia Southern University and the Allen E. Paulson College of Engineering and Computing, we are committed to innovation, hands-on learning, and preparing the next generation problem solvers, engineers, and computing professionals. Our College of Engineering and Computing houses the high level of engineering and computing disciplines. And our students just don't study theory. They design, build, and create solutions just like the one you're doing here today. While you're on campus, I encourage you to visit our engineering research building to see the exciting work we're doing in our labs. We're proudly supporting First Robotics just because it embodies everything that makes engineering and computing great, from collaboration, creativity, problem solving, and resilience. All the skill sets that you're developing here, from coding, designing, troubleshooting, teamwork, and persistence, are the skill sets that we look for in our students and future engineers. Each one of you here have already accomplished something truly remarkable. You have designed and built a functional robot. You have solved complex challenges and worked as a team to bring your ideas to reality. This is what engineering is all about: taking a challenge, applying knowledge, and making an impact. With that being said, whether you advance to the next stage or not, know that the skill sets and that you're building here today will take you far in your college, in your future careers, and in life. And on behalf of Georgia Southern and the College of Engineering and Computing, I want to wish you all the best today and tomorrow. And my advice to you is compete hard, support one another, and most importantly, don't forget to have fun. Once again, congratulations for making it to the Georgia Southern Statesboro district qualifier, and we're looking forward to seeing all the incredible things that you will achieve in the future. Hail Southern, and let the games begin.
All right, that was a great glimpse into the engineering provided here at the Georgia Southern University. To continue our glimpse into the campus of Georgia Southern, please welcome Dr. Shelley Kasler Failing, Associate Professor of Middle Grades and Secondary Mathematics Education here at Georgia Southern.
Good morning. I am so excited to be here today. This is truly a full circle moment for me. When I began teaching in 2008, I knew I wanted robotics to be a part of my teaching experience because of what I experienced as a student teacher. I was placed in a math resource room in an inner city school in upstate New York. It was a class for students who struggled in math. They truly didn't like math and didn't want to be there, but they had the opportunity to play with Lego robots during their lunch period, if they chose. They would rush through eating lunch so they could come back to class to complete various tasks with the robots. I witnessed them make sense of math and persevere with tasks. They didn't realize they were doing math. They thought they were just playing. It was at that moment that I knew I needed robots in my math class one day. It was year 3 of teaching when my own opportunity to play with robots occurred. Long story short, attending a conference presentation over the summer turned into attending robotics professional development, which turned into having my own robotics team funded. I ended up being a first LEGO League robotics coach for 6 years until moving to Georgia in 2017 to accept a teaching position here at Georgia Southern University in the College of Education. As a coach, I witnessed middle grade students become leaders and problem solvers. They were team players and motivators. They were researchers and inventors. They were creators and programmers. They exhibited gracious professionalism every day, both in and out of school, and they played hard and worked hard, but always displayed cooperation. However, as the teacher who saw the power of robotics for struggling learners, I didn't want my robotics team to be the only ones to reap the benefits from them. Therefore, my competition table and robotics equipment were kept in my classroom. Yes, we were a little cramped for space, but I wanted everyone to see the materials and become curious. I integrated robotics into my mathematics classes and eventually completed my doctoral research using robotics in my 7th grade mathematics class. I didn't want robotics to be only for those who chose to participate in it or felt they were smart enough to do it. I wanted everyone to experience it and know they were capable of being successful with it. I wanted everyone to have the chance to play with robotics because it might just create a spark of interest that no one knew existed. It could be a life-changing spark. Now, as I continue to introduce students to robotics, whether it be through STEM nights at local schools, students who visit campus during school field trips, or through the courses I teach education majors, I still enjoy igniting that spark. By the time I teach students at the college level, they have already chosen a STEM career, becoming a math teacher. But when I can work with K-12 students, whether they be kindergarteners, high schoolers, or any grade in between, I get to help them participate in a positive STEM experience where they realize they can program a robot to move, and it is so rewarding. For those of you who are here as competitors today, congratulations. It took a lot of time, dedication, and effort to get to this point. What created your spark? What made you excited to work with robotics? What y'all created and brought into this arena today was not easy. It took many hours of discussion, sketches, prototypes, more discussion, building and rebuilding, programming, testing, more discussion, evaluating, and reprogramming, and I'm sure you're still having more discussions today. What continues to motivate you? For me, it is sharing my love of robotics with others, and I hope it is the same for you. Don't ever stop what you are doing. Continue to work hard, and you will be a future change maker in our ever-evolving technological world. Parents, guardians, teachers, mentors, and all other supporters, continue to feed these students STEM and robotics passions so they can continue on their path to success. Now go forth and seed some coral, harvest some algae, and make some waves to earn a lot of points. Thank you.
Amazing, and what an incredible story. And continuing our amazing speaker line this first day of competition, and a supporter of our fantastic machine shop, please welcome Mr. Dalton McBride, engineer with Georgia Power.
Well, congratulations. As part and behalf of Georgia Power, I am thrilled and able to support y'all here at the the finals. So this is awesome. It's kind of crazy just seeing all the different robotics and everything back in the machine shop, of how well, just absolute intelligent each and every one of these teams are. I would have absolutely killed to have that whenever I was in school, starting out. So definitely, just on behalf of Georgia Power, wanted to congratulate y'all and hope for the best. So a lot of things that goes into these robotics and is problem solving. A lot of different things you have to do to make something work. And we at Georgia Power, we utilize that as well. And it's not really about the amount of failures that you have. It's about the amount of trials that you have. How many times is it going to take for you to succeed? Use that character, use that determination throughout your whole career. You are the new generation of where we can actually develop and utilize that even at Georgia Power. There's a lot of different types of tools and technology out there nowadays that we are still learning ourselves. So we, even during the hurricane, we utilize a lot of these coding and programming tools and techniques that y'all use for robotics on our system. You would be surprised of how much it allowed us for Hurricane Helene to have a faster restoration time for all of our customers. So just know that this stuff here does not stop while you're in school. Take it out into the real world. Use it and help to benefit other people. As I spoke about the machine shop, I would highly encourage y'all to go back there, take a look, collaborate and network, just kind of seeing of what ideas can be swapped around. It is an absolute necessity to go back there in my mind. So thank you for letting me be able to speak to y'all here today, and I'm just hoping that this event just has a great turnout, and we are all just happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McBride, and everything you do to make the Georgia Power Machine Shop possible. How many of you have already used the Machine Shop? I see many hands up. So please give them another huge round of applause. They're a fantastic sponsor. They're amazing. Now it's time to recognize another group of volunteers here. Anybody know who the people in these blue shirts are up here in the first row? Taking up your seats this time. Anybody? Your judges. Please welcome your judges, led by Judge Advisor Dr. Brian Haynes with the Kimberly-Clark Corporation.
Good morning, Statesboro. So who wants to win some awards? Who is going to get the Team Spirit Award? Okay, judges, take note of that. So we have an esteemed panel of judges here I'd like to introduce to you this morning. Deborah Cox.
Director of Community Relations, 21st Century Partnership.
Scott Cox.
External Affairs Area Manager, Georgia Power.
Abigail Boykin.
Executive Assistant with 21st Century Partnership.
Tony DeWitt.
Senior Project Management, EAD.
Mark Kasparian.
Retired Product Development Engineering at Dell.
The Tom Cleveland.
Manager of Integrations, Inspire Brands.
John Pendleton.
A visiting scholar, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace.
Paul Kamek.
Program Specialist, Georgia Department of Education.
Joshua Ferrara.
Visiting Instructor in Computer Science from Georgia Southern.
Sue Miller.
Product Finance Manager, Inspire Brands.
And Parker Bass.
The owner of Parker Bass Technology Solutions.
Best of luck to everyone today. Thank you.
All right, Doc. Thank you, Dr. Brian Haynes. It's amazing. And judges, you have a very difficult task today. You have it every weekend, but I think this one will really tip the scales. You have an amazing group of teams, very competitive, and it's going to be a tough competition. So aren't we excited to see what they have to say tomorrow during the award ceremonies? Yeah? Now, there's another group of volunteers you'll get to, oh, somebody's really excited. There's another group of volunteers you'll get to know here on the playing field. They're always around. They try to use these most of the times, but they also use these, and this one I know is the bad one, so good luck with that. We'll get to that. But please welcome your head ref, Miss Jenna Joeskin with the Plexus Corporation. Again, teams, remember, there will be no video reviews.
Good morning. Again, my name is Jenna Justin. I'll be your head referee for this event, and I am joined here by an amazing crew of referees here for week 4, so I'm going to give them a quick introduction. Start here with Jan Sperlin. Jan's a master trainer at Service Now. She's your head referee for Georgia, and graciously let me take over the reins here for today. So got a lot of great mentorship. If you're interested in refereeing in the future, these are the folks to come talk to. Next up, we've got Greg Welsh. Master of Disaster Director at Verizon. Greg has also been around the referee circuit for quite some time here. So again, very lucky to have his mentorship here. Next up, we've got Jeremy Roberts. Jeremy's an engineering program consultant, so he's probably got some business cards if you need anything on for that front. But he's been doing everything from mentoring, game design, volunteering, right? So again, very well-rounded crew. We've got two rookie referees here for this district, so be kind. Got James Everly, who's a student here at Georgia Southern studying mechanical engineering, first alumni. And then we've got Dan Ha. Dan goes to Georgia Tech and is studying mechanical engineering and is first alumni as well. So thank you very much. Let's be safe, follow the rules, and let's have fun.
All right, thank you, referees. I know they're going to have a hard job as well. We've got some very competitive teams here and in a very exciting field. Now, along with the fair competition, which they will make sure you have, especially with the flags. I just love the flags. But here at the event, we like to keep safety as a top priority. So please let me introduce you to our safety manager, Ms. Jessica Chapman and Ken Bentley. Now, at every event, we want to make sure your mentors and coaches and even your team captains, team members, parents, whoever you bring to these competitions, free for spectators. Cool little plug there. But make sure you're being safe. Make sure you have a plan in case something goes wrong. If we have thunder in the middle of the field, make sure you know what you're doing. If there's a fire, come find one of us. Come find the safety manager. Go to a fire extinguisher. Tell people the news. Share your news. The EMT is located in the pit admin table. Fire extinguishers are located here at the scoring table, which the FTAs will probably get to you first before you ever do, and then also at the exit. So make sure you are aware of everything, especially as you're going down this long, narrow hallway. I can see all the way to the pits, and there's going to be lots of crashes. So parents, if you want to stand there and watch which of your kids is the best at driving, now is the time. If they crash, take away their driving license. That's my request to you. And if they don't have it yet, there's a reason for that. So make sure we're staying on top of that. As always, let's make sure everything you do here at the tournament reflects gracious professionalism. How many of you know what gracious professionalism is? Now, can any of the rookies, if you're brand new to a team, stand up and wave? Okay. Wow. Amazing. Now, if you can keep standing and wave if you know what gracious professionalism is. Okay. So, everybody, all the veterans and even people from other teams, you know who you need to talk to about gracious professionalism. So, all right, thank you guys. You guys can sit down. Give them a huge round of applause. They're just joining us for FRC. You're going to love it here. And mentors and coaches, you are a critical part of the first experience. So mentors and coaches, students, give your mentors and coaches a huge round of applause. Now, there's an award that is a little bit different than all of the awards. Anybody know what I'm talking about? It's very different because first is very team-based. But the team has to choose this award for one person within their team. Dean's List? All right, can all of our Dean's List nominees please stand and wave? I know there's more. We are so excited to see what you have in store for us, and again, tomorrow to find out who will qualify to go forward and compete at our Macon Championship at Mercer University. Now, let's see if there's anything else I need to check out. Again, everyone know where pit admin is. It's in the pit admin room, a little bit far away, but again, we're going to be doing some driver testing today. I'll be making sure we have some driver testing. I will call you out. Be safe. All right, now, the national anthem. Everyone rise for the national anthem, please. Is being performed today by Nadia Hawley from Team 9086. That was incredible. Thank you for 9086 for letting her do that. Now, before we leave, I have one more special message from Dr. Brian Haynes. Look at the screen, please.
All right, so today is mine and Connie's 38th wedding anniversary. Did you see the pictures, honey? Because you really don't like doing selfies, but anyway, these are for you, honey. And next, I'm really not a singer, but I wrote a 20-minute love ballad I'm now going to sing to Connie.
We're not. Thank you.
They're going to spare us. Please give them a huge round of applause. They've given a lot of time to this program, and there's a lot of dedication there. Thank you, Connie Haynes and Dr. Brian Haynes. Now, who's ready to reefscape and get this field going? That's lower than what I expected because we were louder in the morning, and that's rare. So can we get louder? We need to wake up the FTAs. There we go. The other voice you'll be hearing this weekend as our game announcer. Please welcome Mr. Roy McConnell.
Good morning, Georgia Southern University, Statesboro. Let's get the robots on the field to get started with match number 1 of what will be 52 total qualifying matches over the next couple of days.
And it's time to introduce our first match at the Statesboro qualifier, starting with team 7104.
From the Benedictine Military School in Savannah, Georgia, it's the Bott Brothers, sponsored by JIT Logistics, DoD STEM, Keith and Diane Parker, Savannah Home Inspections, Land South, and Coastal Cancer Care.
Joining them, team 9057.
From the Coretta Scott King Young Women's Leadership Academy in Atlanta, Georgia, Girls, sponsored by Women in Technology, Burrow Happold, Leidos, Clark Atlanta University, Novellus, and Comcast.
And diving with the Red Alliance team, 2974.
From Walton High School in Marietta, Georgia, Walton Robotics, sponsored by UPS, Carrier, Cobb County School District, Haas, Dow, and Novellus.
On the Blue Alliance is team 8577.
From the Georgia Cyber Academy in Atlanta, Georgia, it's the Georgia Cyber Academy Champions, sponsored by Comcast, Brewer Industries, the Georgia Cyber Academy, and the Johnson STEM Activity Center.
Joining them, team 1746.
From Forsyth Central High School in Cumming, Georgia, it's Team Auto, sponsored by Forsyth Central High School, Lisa Reed and Family, Automation Direct, FlexFab, Los Rios Cantina, and the Gene Haas Foundation.
And completing the Blue Alliance team, 9477.
From Lambert High School in Sewanee, Georgia, it's Lambda, sponsored by Planet Smoothie, Microsoft, Spark Good, Walmart, Automation Direct, and the Argosy Foundation.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the first 15 seconds of the matches are programmed by the human players. In the first 15 seconds, they can gain 3 points for each bot that leaves their starting position. They can also gain increased points in autonomous for scoring points on the reef. All right, they can score anywhere from 3 to 7 in autonomous. Now, the human players have control of the robots, the remote operated vehicles under the sea. The water is crystal clear today. We can see Walton Robotics placing that piece of coral on top of the reef for 5 points right now as we're in match number 1. We have just under 2 minutes left to go as 94-77, the Lambda team spins around. They're at the reef zone. They're looking to pick up algae off of the reef, and they've done that, placed it down on the ocean floor for harvesting later on. 90-57 fighting the ocean currents as they look to try to get the coral reef rebuilt. 94-77, the Lambda team again looking for another piece of algae to process later on. They're pulling it off of the reef. They're cleaning the reef right now as a piece of algae has been processed in the side and now is up into the barge for the Blue Alliance. That's 4 points apiece as they do that. 94-77 has Algae in their position launches it up over the top of the ocean waves into the barge for 4 points. Is another 4 points by the human player on the side of the barge. It's 55-22 in favor of the Red Alliance. Right now is 29-74. The Walton Robotics team scores in the middle of the reef. That was worth 4 points right there. All right, there's another piece of algae being scored up there on the barge for the Blue Alliance. We're down to 51 seconds left to go as they can score 2 points on the trough underneath the reef. They can also score 3 points on the level 2 branch, the lower branch in the middle. They get 4 points. And if they can score all the way atop the reef, they get 5 points during the teleop period where the human players have control. On the side of the field, you'll see some human players feeding coral to the box. It travels down a chute from the barge level to the box on the bottom of the sea. Now you hear that sign that indicates that there's less than 20 seconds left to go. That's the end game. That's where the robots can head towards their barge zones and come up off of the surface of the ocean floor, gaining more points for their alliance if they can successfully do it. At 17:46, the Auto team is trying to right now. They come off of the surface of the ocean floor. If they can remain there, they'll gain 12 points for the Blue Alliance as it's 107-42 at the end of the match. But what we'll have to wait for is look up on the big screen behind me or watch online. You'll be able to see fish being released onto the coral reef. The color of that fish tells us who was victorious in that match, and then we'll be able to give you the final score. All right, here we go. Let's watch the big screen. Let's see who it is. They're going to release the fish out onto the reef, and it is the Red Alliance. The fish are swimming. They're red in color. 111-48. 111, the new high score for the event this weekend. And now, please pay attention to the big screen as we have a short video about what this game is and how to play it.
Welcome to the 2025 First Robotics Competition game, Reefscape, presented by Haas. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to earn points by harvesting algae, seeding coral on their reef, and returning to their barge to ascend to the ocean's surface. Alliances earn additional rewards for meeting specific scoring thresholds and for cooperating with their opponents. Prior to the start of the match, teams can choose to hang a shallow cage or a deep cage on their barge. Robots start each match at their starting line and may be preloaded with 1 coral. During the first 15 seconds of the match, robots are autonomous and can be programmed to leave the starting line, remove algae from their reef, and place coral on their reef. If all enabled robots on an alliance leave the starting line and score at least 1 coral in auto, the alliance earns the auto ranking point. During the following 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the match, drivers control their robot. Robots can place algae in their net and collect coral from human players at their coral station to place on their reef. Coral placed higher on the reef are worth more points. If an alliance can score enough coral on all 4 levels, they will earn an additional ranking point. Robots can also deliver algae to their processor. Once processed, the algae can be taken by the opposing human player and scored into the net. When 2 algae are delivered to each processor, both alliances earn a co-op point. The co-op point reduces the number of coral needed on the reef to earn the ranking point and influences a team's rank in the tournament. As time runs out, robots race back to their barge to hang on their cage and ascend to the ocean's surface. Points are awarded to robots that can hang on a shallow cage, and even more points are awarded to robots that can hang on a deep cage. An alliance that scores enough barge points will earn the barge ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points overall wins the match.
And it's time to start match number 2. Starting off on the Red Alliance with team 10376.
From Johnson Magnet in Augusta, Georgia, the Plutonian Panthers, sponsored by John Deere.
Joining them, team 9480.
From Cherokee Bluff High School in Flowery Branch, Georgia, it's the Gear Bears, sponsored by Vin Marketing, Macmillan James, Piedmont Plastics, the Gene Haas Foundation, Wise Wonder AV, and NASA.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 8866.
From the Innovation Academy STEM Magnet High School in Alpharetta, Georgia, Innovation Robotics, sponsored by SolidWorks, Eversea Wealth, and Comcast.
On the Blue Alliance of Team 8761.
From Adairsville High School in Adairsville, Georgia, it's Tiger Bite, sponsored by Teen Logic, Tiger Bite Parents, and Shaw.
Joining them will be Team 8815.
From Statesboro High School, Southeast Bullock High School, and Statesboro Steam Seacat Academy and Trinity Christian School and Bullock Academy in Statesboro, Georgia, the Barnstormers, sponsored by Catalyst Promotions, Colin Thorpe, Whiskey Grail, SCS, United Rentals, Phoenix Ironworks, and Georgia Southern.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, Team 4701.
From Urshel V. Jenkins High School in Savannah, Georgia, Team Wire, sponsored by Lu Fu Kitchen and Supply Incorporated, Shaw Architecture, Pat Down Security, Pat Mathis Construction, Paulson Cheek Mechanical, and Aloha Pools.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And once again, the first 15 seconds, the action you see has been programmed by the human players. They can score anywhere from 3 to 7 points on the reef, as right now, the Red Alliance trying to score 7 points high on the reef with that piece of coral. If they move off of their starting position, they gain 3 points apiece. As we continue now, the human players have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the match. 9480 has a piece of coral in their possession. They dropped it down onto the reef. That's now worth 5 points as it's 26-6 in favor of the Red Alliance with 2 minutes to go in the match. 88-15 for the Blue Alliance, scoring on the coral reef as they head back to the coral zone. 88-66, the innovation team placing coral high atop the reef. Another 5 points as it's 38-6 in favor of the Red Alliance. Action continues under the sea as the ROVs are controlled by the human players. They can process the algae at the side of the field for 6 points apiece. They can raise the algae up above the top of the ocean waves onto the barge for 4 points apiece. They can score coral in the trough, low, below the reef. That's worth 2 points. The low branch, worth 3. In the middle, it's worth 4, and high atop the reef, it's worth 5. As the main goal is to try and rebuild the reef. As 88-66 raises that arm way above the ocean waves and places the algae into the net on top of the barge for 4 points as it's 71-12 with 49 seconds left to go. 10-3-76 dancing around, fighting the currents under the ocean as they look for coral. The Innovation Robotics team placing coral high atop the reef as 47-01 tries to keep the Red Alliance from scoring any coral. Blocking their coral station right now deep at the bottom of the ocean. There's 28 seconds left to go as 9480 now has a piece of coral headed towards the reef. They're going to place it low and it'll be worth 3 points. The Blue Alliance bot sitting on the side at the barge right now, parked in the barge zone, worth 2 points as 88-15 moves towards the barge zone as well, parked up underneath. That's another 2 points for their alliance in the last 20 seconds of the match. It's 99-16 right now in favor of the Red Alliance as all the bots make a move towards the barge. We end the match and we await the release of the fish onto the reef to tell us who was victorious in that match and then learn what the final score was. All right, they're releasing the fish onto the coral reef. Let's see what color fish they brought back. The red fish are swimming there, indicating the Red Alliance was victorious with a score of 106-22. That was match number 2 of what will eventually be 52 qualifying matches. We will be playing through match number 11 today and then breaking for lunch. After lunch, we will return at 2 o'clock. That's the schedule for today.
And it's time for match number 7, starting off the Red Alliance weight team, 74-70.
Whoops, I went too far. Hang on just a second. There we go. From Worth County High School in Sylvester, Georgia, the Rambot Robotics team. Sponsored by DoD STEM, Superior Machine Works, Atlantic and Southern Equipment, and the Margaret Jones Public Library.
Joining them, team 6340.
From the Marist School in Atlanta, Georgia, the Marist Manatees. Sponsored by the Marist School, Itgressa Robotics, and the Colonial Pipeline.
And diving with the Red Alliance team, 4026.
From Decatur High School, along with a family and community in Decatur, Georgia, it's Decatur Robotics, sponsored by Axon, Johnson Controls, 3M, City of Decatur Police Department, Novellus, and Decatur Makers.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 6925.
From the Woodward Academy in College Park, Georgia, it's WA Robotics, sponsored by the Woodward Academy.
Joining them, team 6944.
From West Forsyth High School in Cumming, Georgia, the Wolverines, sponsored by Automation Direct.
And rounding off blue, we have team 5219.
From the Future Seekers Incorporated, it's Techno Squad from Douglasville, Georgia, sponsored by the Future Seekers, System Technology Works LLC, Georgia First, Comcast, and the Johnson STEM Activity Center.
All right, field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And once again, we're off in autonomous in match number 3, as there was 14 points scored by the Red Alliance right there, just for scoring high atop the coral with their bots in autonomous. All right, they come off of the starting line. It's worth 3 points apiece, as it's 23-3 in favor of the Red Alliance, as the human players control the ROVs at the bottom of the sea. Once again, we have crystal clear conditions. We can see the bottom of the ocean well. We can see the operations taking place as the Marist Manatees scored high atop the reef for 5 points. And on the Blue Alliance side, they're at the coral station picking up that coral. Down the chute from the barge atop the ocean waves, down to the ocean floor where the ROV sits awaiting to rebuild that reef. As the Wolverines drop coral on the top of the reef, that's worth 5 points. In the trough at the bottom of the reef, you can gain 2 points. On the lower branch of the reef, you gain 3. In the middle branch, you can get 4 points. And if you get it high atop the reef, they're worth 5 points right now as the humans are controlling the bots. On the side of the field, you see little openings on the side of the field. That's where they can process algae. The algae is those blue-green looking spherical objects floating around, rolling around on the ocean floor. They pick that up and process it. It's worth 6 points apiece. The human players can also score by taking that processed algae and placing it into the barge on top where the nets are. They can also pull the algae from the bottom of the floor, ocean floor, and place it in the barge net themselves if they'd like to. The bots can. And 63-40, the Marist Manatees scoring another 5 points as it's 70-13 with 47 seconds left to go in match number 3. Once again, we will be going through match number 11 and taking a break for lunch. This is number 3 of what will be 52 total qualifying matches here in Statesboro, Georgia. We're down to 30 seconds as it's 76-16 now in favor of the Red Alliance, as the Wolverines are at the coral reef one more time. They have the coral in their possession, trying to score. Now they head back to the coral station, receiving that coral from the human player on top for sliding down the chute. They've got the coral in their possession. They're going to try to score it high atop the reef. It falls back down to the ocean floors as we're under 20 seconds left to go. The bots move to the barge zone. Park in the barge zone. They're worth 2 points for each bot that's in the barge zone. 63-40, the Marist Manatees had lifted themselves off with that deeply anchored cage at the bottom of the ocean underneath the barge. That'll be worth 12 points for their alliance if they can do that. And with 40-26 being parked underneath the barge in the barge zone, that could give them a barge ranking points, which will be valuable come the end of the qualifying matches. Now we await the release of the fish onto the reef. And here we go. Let's see which color. And the Red Alliance swimming one more time on the reef with a score of 96-27. 96-27. The Red Alliance, they got 3 ranking points for the victory. They also received a ranking point for all of their bots moving off of their starting position and scoring at least 1 piece of coral on the reef. They also were successful in getting that barge ranking point for scoring more than 14 points in the barge zone.
And it's time for match number 4, starting the Red Alliance with Team 4188.
From Hardaway High School, Columbus High School, and Northside High School in Columbus, Georgia, it's the Columbus Space Program, sponsored by Pratt & Whitney, Muskogee County School District, Hyundai Transits, and Aflac.
Joining them, Team 4112.
From South Forsyth High School in Cumming, Georgia, it's the Eaglebot, sponsored by Snyder Electric, Fabricators Incorporated, the Gene Haas Foundation, Molex, Senesco, and Automation Direct.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 8100.
From Grayson High School in Loganville, Georgia, Grayson Robotics, sponsored by Grayson Engineering, that's a student-based enterprise, and the Gene Haas Foundation.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 6829.
It's a family and community group from Sewanee, Georgia, Ignite Robotics, sponsored by the Gene Haas Foundation, Scientific Games, Nordson, and Delta.
Joining them, Team 9086.
From Richmond Hill High School in Richmond Hill, Georgia, Wildcat Robotics, sponsored by Coastal Electric, Coastal Athletics, Hack, Altoma, and Publix.
And diving with the Blue Alliance, Team 1648.
From Midtown High School in Atlanta, Georgia, G3 Robotics, sponsored by Amazon Web Services, TRNN Ready Foundation, Millwright Local 1263, Midtown High School PTSO, and Novellus.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running as 41-12 moves towards the reef. They come off of the starting point. That's worth 3 points. They're trying to release that coral onto the top of their reef. That would have been worth 7 points for them, as the Blue Alliance has done. 16-48 at the reef. They've come off of the starting point. It's 16-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. The Red Alliance 41-88, the Columbus Space Program pulling that algae off of the reef, as 16-48 the G3 Robotics team placing coral high atop the reef. 41-12. Shakashan dropping their coral down to the bottom of the ocean. 4188, the Columbus Space Program, with Lyra pulling the algae off of the reef. They've got it in their possession. What are they going to do with it? They're raising their arm high above the ocean waves, but the waves was too rough and knocked the algae out of their possession as 90-86, the Wildcat Robotics team, and Tomato placing that coral high atop the reef. If they can do that successfully, another 5 points for the Blue Alliance. 16-48. G3 on the other side did the same thing. 90-86 up on that slippery algae. They're going to have a hard time getting off of that as they're slipping and sliding around. Their teammate 16-8-29 Ignite Robotics trying to help them get away from that algae. They're slipping and sliding on that algae as 41-88, the Columbus Space Program launches one into the net high atop the barge. 90-86, still struggling with that algae and the currents underneath the ocean, at the floor of the ocean there. As 41-88 places another one high atop the barge in the net. 41-12, the Eagle Bots have one piece of coral in their possession. It drops to the ocean floor as 8100, the Grayson Robotics team at the coral zone, collecting that coral from the human player on the barge down the chute to the bottom of the ocean. There goes 41-88 one more time and launching it into the barge net on top as 16-48 struggles with the coral reef and a piece of coral that was in their way. They now move away. Looks like they're going to try to gap some algae, but we'll just have to keep an eye on them, see what happens as the Columbus Space Program places another piece of coral, places another piece of algae into the net. It's now 51-51, all tied up with 20 seconds left to go as we're down to the end game. A lot of points can be scored in the end game if they do it properly, or not properly. If their strategy is to use the deeply anchored cages, they can gain 36 maximum points. As 16-48, using the deeply anchored cage coming up off the floor could be worth 12 points. As 41-88, that slippery algae slides out of their possession, but they're parked underneath the barge. That'll be worth 2 points. Coming out of the end of that match, it was 60-55. However, 16-48, the G3 Robotics could gain 12 points. And also, they could gain a ranking point if they're successful in that raise from the bottom floor, ascending to the ocean top. If they can get those points with the other two bots, that'll be a ranking point for the Blue Alliance. But we'll have to see when the fish are released. So far in the matches, the Red Alliance is swimming strong. The Blue Alliance now trying to gain a victory and put some of their fish onto the reef. All right, here we go. And it was the Blue Alliance victorious in that match as their fish swim strongly on the reef with a score of 71-62. And yes, they did gain the barge points for climbing up off of the ocean floor using that cage. They also gained the ranking point, the Blue Alliance, for scoring at least one piece of coral and having all of their bots move in autonomous. That was match number 4 of what will be a total of 52 qualifying matches here in Statesboro, Georgia.
And it's time to introduce match number 5, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 1746.
Otto.
Joining them, Team 3635.
Houston, from Houston County Career Academy, Veterans High School, Warner Robins High School, Northside High School, Houston County High School, and Perry High School in Warner Robins, Georgia. It's the Flying Legion, sponsored by Middle Georgia STEM Alliance, the 21st Century Partnership, Booz Allen Hamilton, DoD STEM, the Gene Haas Foundation, and Shaw.
And submerging with the Red Alliance, Team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 5900.
From the Whitfield County College and Career Academy in Dalton, Georgia, it's the Fighting Mongooses, sponsored by Dalton Whitfield Joint Development Authority, Dalton Utilities, High Tech Controls, Tennessee Valley Authority, Novellus, and Shaw Industries.
Joining them, Team 10376.
The Plutonium Panthers.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, Team 2974.
Walton Robotics.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off in autonomous. As 36-35, the Flying Legion spinning around on the bottom of the ocean. Those currents were really strong. Must have been in a whirlpool right then. All right. 1746 moved off of their starting position. All of the things that you see occurred in the first 15 seconds were programmed by the human players. It's 28-6 coming out of Autonomous in favor of the Blue Alliance as we have just over 2 minutes left to go. Walton Robotics picking up the algae, dropping it to the floor as the Fighting Mongooses have coral in their possession, raising it up high. They're going to try to place it high atop the reef. That'll be worth 5 points if they can do it just like Walton did right there. There's another one. Fighting Mongooses missed their mark just a little bit. Their eyesight's a little bit blurred under the ocean right now. All right. 94-80, the Gear Bears. They're at the coral station to pick up a piece of coral, head back towards the coral reef. Going to try to place it somewhere on the reef. Looks like they may try to go to the middle, but they go low, and that's worth 3 points. As 4 points are scored by the human player on the side out of the processor for the Blue Alliance. That's worth 4 points apiece as there's now 2 pieces of algae in the net for the Red Alliance. They can gain cooperation points if both alliances can score or can process the algae on the side of the field. That's part of the game. The human player can then pick up the algae from the side of the field and score it in the net for 4 points. There's another piece of coral from 94-80. The Gear Bears being scored high atop the reef for 5 as it's 79 for the blue, 36 for the red with 50 seconds left to go. The Blue Alliance now moves to 87-36 as they continue to score. It's 5 points across the top of the reef, 4 points in the middle, 3 points on the lower branch, and if they can just drop it in the trough at the bottom of the reef, that'll be worth 2 points. Just like that, but it drops off and falls to the ocean floor. We've got 30 seconds left to go as it's 93-57 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now in match number 5 of what will be a total of 52 qualifying matches. 10-3-76 with 20 seconds left to go is parked underneath the barge zone. 17-46. The team Otto, they're getting into possession. They're at the deep anchored cage. They may try to pull themselves up towards the surface with their bot. If they can, that'll gain 12 points for their alliance. 94-80 trying to park beside 17-46. It's 2 points apiece if they're parked up underneath the barge. And it's 12 points if they can lift themselves from the deep anchored cage. 6 points if they can raise themselves from the shallow anchored cage. That's the end of qualification match number 5 as we await the release of the fish to see which alliance was victorious and what the final outcome will be. All right, here we go with the results of that last match. It is the Blue Alliance victorious in that match with a score 114 to 72. 114 is now the new high score as the Blue Alliance received a ranking point for the barge for interference by the Red Alliance. They also received their autonomous ranking point and 3 ranking points for the victory. A new high score here in match 5 of 52.
And it's time for match number 6, starting off the Red Alliance with team 8850.
The Barnstormers.
Joining them, team 9057.
Girl.
And completing the Red Alliance team 8577.
The Georgia Cyber Academy champions.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 6925.
WA Robotics.
With them, team 7104.
Bot Brothers.
And rounding off blue, 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. You can stay behind the line. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
The first 15 seconds programmed by the human players. As they move off of their spots, they get 3 points apiece. Scoring high atop the reef is worth 7. Scoring in the middle, that'll be worth 6. And on the level 2 branch worth 4. Now for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the chaos on the bottom of the ocean is controlled by the human players. You're lucky today, the ocean currents are smooth right now and the visibility is clear, as we can see all the way down to the bottom of the ocean floor. 85-77. The Cyber Academy champions picking up coral, headed towards the reef, placing it in the trough. Worth 2 points is 71.04. Has a piece of algae in their possession. Dancing around. Their currents are getting a little bit stronger as they're having a little bit of trouble navigating. As 88-15 dancing around the reef. The Blue Alliance bot placing one high atop the coral reef for 5 points in their alliance. 88-66, the Innovation Academy Robotics team placing one in the middle. That's worth 4 points as it's 39-11. Make that 13 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:14 left to go. 71.04 swings through the cages on the bottom of the ocean, places the algae into the side, and it hung up in the processor right now. All right. Action continues on the field as it's 58-21 with 42 seconds left to go in the match. 88-66, pulling algae off of the reef, bouncing around. They've got coral in their possession, it looks like. Headed towards the reef, they're going to place it in the middle. That'll be worth 4 points for their alliance as it's now 62-31. With 25 seconds left to go, anything can happen on the bottom of the sea. As 88-15 moves towards the coral reef, that sonar beacon sound means that there's less than 20 seconds left to go. The bots can score on the Red Alliance a maximum of 32 points as, algae was in the net and bounces out for the Red Alliance. Back to the ocean floor with 5 seconds left to go. Two of the red bots parked underneath the barge for 2 points apiece as the Blue Alliance bot the same on their side. That's the end of qualification match number 6. Again, of what will be a total of 52 qualifying matches this weekend. We will be going through match number 35 today. Match number 35 today is where we will end. We will break after match number 11 for lunch. All right, here we go. Which fish will be swimming on the reef? The Blue Alliance. Fish are swimming strong on the reef right now as they rebuilt it, 79-35. The Blue Alliance gained 3 ranking points for the victory, and they gained an autonomous ranking point for all of their bots moving off of their starting position and scoring at least 1 piece of coral on the reef during autonomous.
And it's time for match number 7, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 8100.
Grayson Robotics.
Joining them, Team 9086.
Wildcat Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 94-77.
Lambda.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 8761.
Tiger Bite.
Joining them, team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
And finishing off blue, team 6944.
The Wolverines.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And now match number 7 underway in autonomous as the bots gain 3 points from moving off of their starting position. 1648 just gained 7 points for their alliance by scoring high in autonomous. They moved off of their starting point. That was a 10-point swing right there as they're now at the coral reef one more time. The human players now have control as the G3 Robotics team has the coral in their possession, raising it high atop the reef. That's now worth 5. It was worth 7 in autonomous. Now it's worth 5 as the human players have control of the bots. We see the action taking place as 94-77 with algae in their possession. They're at the barge. What are they going to do with it? Let's keep an eye. They launch, bounces off of the barge as the waves atop the ocean raised it up just a little bit, caused their aim to be off. As 87-61, that's the Tiger Bite team, heading towards the barge. 94-77, the Lambda team scores 4 by launching that piece of algae into the net atop of the barge. It's now 35-13 in favor of the Blue Alliance with a minute 20. That's all, folks. A minute 22 left to go. It's 45-13. 1648, the G3 Robotics team scoring some more points on the coral as they raise it up high. Another 5. As we're down to a minute 12 left to go, the Red Alliance team 8100 Grayson Robotics dancing around the reef. Their alliance partner 94-77 again in launching position. They're going to try to shoot that piece of algae up over the top of the waves into the net on top of the barge. Just keep an eye on it. They're in position. They're ready to go. They are rocking and rolling on the ocean currents, but it causes it to bounce off of the bottom of the barge. It's 55-17 with 45 seconds left to go in favor of the Blue Alliance. We look at 1648 pulling algae off of the coral reef. 8100, the Grayson Robotics team scoring 4 points in the middle for their Red Alliance as it's 60-21 with 30 seconds left to go. 90-86, traveling around the ocean's floor at high speed. They've got the currents calculated properly and they can move wherever they want to right now with the least amount of effort. There goes some more algae being placed atop the Blue Alliance barge for 4 points as it's 64-27 with 11 seconds left to go. The bots are now headed towards the barge zone where 1648 for the Blue Alliance tries to lift themselves up off of the ocean floor. 94-77 parks underneath the barge for 2 points at the end of the match. That was qualification match number 7 of what will be 52 qualifying matches. Again, we will be going through match number 11 and then taking a break for lunch. Here we go. They're about to release the fish out onto the reef, and once again, the Blue Alliance victorious with a score of 83-38. The Blue Alliance gained the ranking point for the barge activity, where they gained 14 or more points under the barge during the end game. They also gained 3 ranking points for the victory. Those ranking points can add up and help you move up in the standings as we go through the qualification matches here at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia.
And it's time for match number 8, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 7470.
Rambot Robotics.
Joining them, Team 4701.
Team Wire.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 3635.
The Flying Legion.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
With them, Team 4026.
Decatur Robotics.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, Team 5219.
The Techno Squad.
That's all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And what you see going on now, programmed by the human players for 15 seconds. And now the human players control the bots. It's 9-9 coming out of autonomous. As the bots move around the field, they can score 5 points for placing coral high atop the reef, 4 points in the middle branch, and 3 points in the lower branch. If they can place it in that trough down at the bottom of the reef, that'll be worth 2 points for their alliance. That's 41-88. The Columbus Space Program launches that piece of algae over the waves into the barge, net on top of the ocean. That's worth 4 points as the Blue Alliance leads 20-9 with 1:40 left to go. Columbus Space Program once again at the barge, getting ready to launch. They raise their arm up just high enough above the waves to put it into the barge net. That's another 4 points as the bots continue to move. 47-01. The Team Wire robot playing defense against the Blue Alliance. 74-70, the Rambot Robotics team dancing around in the current, looking for the coral as 36-35. The Flying Legion spins around in that ocean current with coral in their possession. They now get it off of their bot and looking for that coral to come down the chute to where they can use it to place on the coral reef. As 40-26, the Decatur Robotics team drops one down into the trough. That would be worth 2 as it's 56-17 with 50 seconds left to go. 74-70, the Rambox Robotics team still trying to figure out the current. It's 36-35 at the center post. It drops down into the trough. It's worth 2 points in the trough. It would have been worth 4 had they got it in the middle branch. 40-26, the Decatur Robotics team scoring high for another 5 as it's 71-19 with just under 30 seconds left to go. The Decatur Robotics team underneath the barge at that deeply anchored cage right now, waiting for the final 20 seconds. That's what that sound is. They lift themselves off of the ocean floor. That's worth 12 points if no part of their robot is touching the ocean floor. 36-35 and 47-01 and 74-70, all parked underneath the barge as 41-88 ends the match with algae in their possession. All right, here we go. In match number 8, the Blue Alliance winning one more time with a score 79-25. They received 3 ranking points for the victory.
And it's time for match number 9, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 68-29.
Ignite Robotics.
Joining them, Team 63-40.
The Marisk Manatees.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 69-25.
WA Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
Joining them, Team 4112.
The Eaglebots.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
All thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're in match number 9 of what will be 52 total qualifying matches here in Statesboro, Georgia. As what you see is what the human players have programmed the bots to do, and hopefully the bots will respond to the program in a favorable way. It's now tied 16-16, coming out of autonomous as the human players control the bots. The Blue Alliance bots, 41-12, the Eagle bot team, and the Fighting Mongooses at the coral reef trying to score that coral. It's worth 2 points if they can place the coral in the trough down at the base of the reef. It's worth 3 points if they can place it on the lower branch, what they call branch number 2. Branch number 3 is in the middle, that's worth 4. And branch number 4 is high atop the reef, and that's worth 5 points right now, as we see the Marist Manatees doing right there, scoring 5 points for their alliance, as it's 35-32 with 1:30 left to go. A Blue Alliance bot, 41-12, Shaikolshin is scoring points for him, as it's now 43-38 as the Blue Alliance takes the lead. Now it's tied with 1:20 to go. Scoring fast and furious here at the bottom of the ocean as 63-40, and their alliance partners trying to score on the reef. 69-25 coming from the reef where they just scored some points, heading to the coral zone, trying to pick up that coral to take back to the reef, as the Blue Alliance bots doing the same. 5900 with their googly eyes, looking to try to get that coral to the reef, trying to slip and slide in the algae there. There goes 7104. They've got algae in their possession. They're at the processor on the side. Process that algae. That's worth 6 points for their alliance, as it's 53 for the blue and 74 for the red, as the Blue Alliance tries to get closer with 30 seconds left to go in the match. The Fighting Mongoose is fighting that algae on the Blue Alliance side as 63-40 dances around. They're at the barge zone right now, passing through onto the Blue Alliance side as they're now at the barge zone. Looks like they're going to try to park their robot, or maybe even pull themselves off of the ocean floor to ascend to the top of the ocean surface. 68-29 parked in the zone as well. Each one of the bots that are parked underneath the barge in the center of the field worth 2 points. If they can lift themselves off of the ocean floor, they can gain an additional 6 or 12 points depending on which of the anchored cages they use. Deeply anchored cage is worth 12, and the shallow anchored cage worth 6. They can also gain a ranking point. They can pull themselves off of the ocean floor for 12 and have another robot parked in their zone. As we end that match, the score was 84-66. However, there could be some fouls. There could be some other things that affect the score. As we see right now, it is the Red Alliance victorious in the match with a score of 98-72 over the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance was able to pick up a ranking point for autonomous, where they moved off of their starting positions with all of the bots and scored at least one piece of coral. They were also able to gain 14 points or more in the barge zone at the end of the match. They gained a ranking point there, and the victor also gains 3 ranking points. The Blue Alliance was able to gain a ranking point for their alliance as well by gaining that autonomous. Once again, we will be breaking after match number 11 to go to lunch. Breaking after match number 11 to go to lunch. After lunch, we will return to competition in match number 12 at 2 o'clock. If you are in match number 12, 13, or 14, be prepared to go into action at 2 o'clock, which means you need to be here early. And that long corridor, that long cave that we have to take our bots through means you need a little extra time to get here to be ready to start at 2 o'clock.
And it's time for match number 10 on the field, starting off the Red Alliance with team 69-44.
The Wolverines.
Joining them, team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 9477.
Lambda.
On the Blue Alliance with team 8100.
Grayson Robotics.
With them, team 1746.
Otto.
And rounding off blue, we have team 10376.
The Plutonium Panthers.
All thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running in match number 10 here before we go to lunch in match number 11. As we're in autonomous right now, the bots are being activated by robotic programming. Hopefully they respond the way they're supposed to. Now the human players have control of the bots for 2 minutes and 15 seconds as now they're moving, scoring high. Top the Coral, that was there for 5 points. Another one was 69-44 to Wolverines. 10-3-76. That's the Plutonium Panthers. They're over at the Coral zone. They have Coral in their possession, headed towards the wreath as Otto does the same thing and scores. There goes 69-44. That's the Wolverines one more time. Placing Coral on the reef is 94-77. Places one of those there pieces of algae in the processor on the side for 6 points. It's 37-16 in favor of the Red Alliance right now. 88-66 there at the Coral zone. They have Coral in their possession and drop it in the middle. That's 4 points as it's 46-20 in favor of the Red Alliance right now. 88-66 one more time, scoring in the middle. That's worth 4 points as it's 50-22 with 1 minute and 20 left to go with 94-77. Launches one high out of the ocean into the net on top of the barge for 4 points. It's 58-22 with 1 minute 10 left to go as 8100 processes algae in the side for 6 points. There goes another one launched out of the ocean into the barge net for 4 points. There goes 94-77 one more time. Here goes Lambda. Let's keep an eye on it. They've got it in their possession. They're ready, and they score for 4 points as it's now 76-28 in favor of the Red Alliance with 45 seconds left to go. 10-3-76, scoring 2 in the trough. As 8100, the Grayson Robotics team has Coral in their possession. They're going to drop it on the middle branch. That middle branch would have been worth 4 points, but it ends up in the trough for 2. 76-40 now with 28 seconds left to go in the match. As 69-44 heads towards the Coral zone. They pick up that Coral from the chute along the side from the human player on the barge. We're down to under 20 seconds left to go. At 17-46, the Team Auto and 10-3-76 under the barge zone. They're at the deeply anchored cages. 94-77. Looking like they're going to try to launch one more time. 17-46 up off of the ocean floor. That'll be worth 12 points as 10-3-76 look like they may be off. That could be a 24-point swing right there for the Blue Alliance at the end of the match. That could bring them ever closer to the Red Alliance as it ended with a 103-48 score. But we'll have to wait until the fish start swimming on the reef to figure out who was victorious in that match. Once again, we will be going to lunch after this next match is completed. We will be breaking for lunch after match number 11, returning to play at 2 o'clock. So make your preparations to be back here if you're in match 12, 13, and 14 at 2 o'clock. All right, here we go in match number 10. Match number 10 has the Red Alliance swimming strong on the reef at a 105-64. 105-64. The Red Alliance was able to gain 3 ranking points for the victory. They also gained their ranking point in autonomous for moving off of their starting position with all their bots and scoring at least 1 piece of coral. And the Blue Alliance was able to gain that ranking point for scoring more than 14 points in the barge zone at the end of the match.
And it's time for match number 11 on the Red Alliance. It's Team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
Joining them, Team 4701.
Team Wire.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9086.
Wildcat Robotics.
Joining them, Team 7470.
Rambot Robotics.
And rounding off Blue, 8577.
The Georgia Cyber Academy champions.
All thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go, our final match before lunch. As 4188 in autonomous approaches the reef. They moved off of their starting point. We're 3 as the Red Alliance is leading 9-6 right now. It looks like they were programmed to pick up a piece of algae and head towards the processor at that time. Now the human players have control of the bots. 2 minutes and 15 seconds of controlled chaos at the bottom of the sea as the Blue Alliance moves towards the reef. They're scoring 5 points high for their alliance, 85-77. On the side as well as 4188, the Columbus Space Program picks the algae off of the reef and lets it fall to the ocean floor. 4701, the Team Wire at the chute on the side of the field at the coral zone. It drops to the ocean floor as 85-77. The Cyber Academy champions scored 2 points in the trough for the Blue Alliance. 4188 as that slippery algae slip out just before they were able to get it out into the ocean barge. There's a minute 28 left to go in the match as it's 22 for the blue and 19 for the red. 85-77 scoring 2 more for the Blue Alliance as they move ahead 29-24 with a minute 18 left to go. 4188 having trouble with that algae as it keeps slipping out of their hands. 94-80 scoring points high atop the reef as it's tied at 29-29 with a minute 5 left to go. The Blue Bots looking for coral as 90-86 scoring points. Another 5 points as it's 34-31 right now in favor of the Blue Alliance. 53 seconds left to go. Still a lot of scoring opportunity as 94-80 scores 5 for the blue. The Red Alliance inches ahead of the Blue Alliance, 36-34 with 43 seconds left to go. Now the Blue Alliance comes back. It's now 39-36. Watch what happens as 94-80 places another one high atop the reef. That's worth 5. 41-88 scores 1 in the processor as it rolls down at 6 points for the Red Alliance as it's 47-43 with 25 seconds left to go. 47-01 at the barge zone with the cages swinging. It's 47. It's now 48-52-47 as the score going back and forth. 94-80 scores another 4 as the Blue Alliance inches ahead of the Red Alliance. It's 52-51 with 8 seconds left to go. Anything can happen. We got 5 seconds left to go. Let's see what happens. This is a close match, neck and neck. It could come down to barge points at the end as 94-80 slides in there at 0 time. Wow, what a match. What a match. That one was close. But we'll have to wait for the fish to swim on the reef for us to determine who is the victor before lunch. Once again, don't forget, that was match number 11. If you're in match number 12, 13, or 14, that long cavern that we have to travel to and from the field, under the water, we need to make sure we give ourselves plenty of time to fight the currents coming back through after lunch to be here at 2 o'clock. Match 12, 13, and 14, you need to give yourself plenty of time in the ocean currents to get here and start play at 2 o'clock. As we find out who was victorious in that last match, it was a Blue Alliance victorious in that match, swimming off with a score of 56-55. That one was close, folks. The Blue Alliance gains 3 points in the ranking. They get 3 ranking points. It's going to help them at the end of qualification.
Shout out to Allison, viewing from across the pond. We miss you very much. Hello, Allison.
towards the field area. 12, 13, and 14 need to be ready to go at 2 o'clock.
And we are back from lunch. It is time to introduce qualification number 12, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 2974.
Walton Robotics, currently ranked number 4.
Joining them, Team 8815.
The Barnstormers.
Diving with them, Team 6829.
Currently ranked number 2, Ignite Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance as Team 1648.
In the number 3 ranked position, G3 Robotics.
Joining them, Team 6340.
Currently in our number 1 ranked position, the Marist Manatees.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 4112.
The Eaglebots.
All thumbs up, field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we currently have the 4 highest ranked teams in this match, 2 on the blue side and 2 on the red. As we could possibly get a new high score in this one, the way things have been shaping up. Coming out of autonomous, it's 23 for the blue and 20 for the red, with 2 minutes and 15 seconds of now controlled chaos at the bottom of the sea. The waters are crystal clear, the waves are calm as the bots continue to score and score and score and score. It's 33-20 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. As 41-12, the Eaglebots has a piece of coral in their possession, scoring high alongside 16-48. The one for the Eaglebots falls back down to the floor. 68-29, that's the Ignite Robotics team. As one placing it high, it lands in the trough for 2. Would have been 5 if they've got it on the top. The coral on the top of the reef is worth 5 points. In the middle, it's worth 4. And on the low branch, it's worth 3. If it falls into the trough, just like what happened on the Blue Alliance, 2 points for them, as it's now 60-40 in favor of the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance has the current number 1 and number 3 ranked teams in the Red Alliance, 2 and 4. As the Red Alliance inches closer to the Blue Alliance, it's 6-point lead for the Blue Alliance with 1:13 left to go. As 29-74, the Walton Robotics brings that even closer, as it's now 60-59 with 1:06 to go. Now the Blue Alliance gains another. There we go. They continue to go back and forth. Another 5 points for the Blue Alliance, 73-64 in favor of the Blue Alliance, as we've got 55 seconds left to go. 41-12, the Eaglebots pushing the coral along the ocean floor as the Walton Robotics team. And 68-29, Ignite Robotics head towards the reef. Walton Robotics, 68-29. Walton Robotics on the side with the coral processors, scoring 6 points apiece as they take the lead over the Blue Alliance. It's now 90-87 in favor of the Red Alliance with 30 seconds left to go. Still a lot of time for scoring. Our current high score so far is 114. We're closing in on that right now with 20 seconds left to go. A lot of scoring can happen in the end game as we're down to under 20 seconds, 63-40. That's the Marist Manatees. They're at that low, deep anchored cage, pulling themselves off of the floor. 16-48. G3 Robotics doing the same thing. That's a 24-point swing right there as the Red Alliance bot comes up underneath the barge and parks themselves with 1 second left to go. Wow, over on the Blue Alliance, that could be some ranking points, and also a high score as we're at 120 going off of the match. That beats the previous score by 6, but we'll see what happens when the red or the blue fish start swimming on the coral reef in just a moment. Currently, the world high scores for the matches with no penalties is 240. And with penalties is 374. Can you believe that? As we await the final score in this match and which color of fish will swim on the reef. And here we go. The fish are getting released. It is going to be the Red Alliance. Red Alliance fish swimming with a score 128 to 115 with a new high score now. 128 to 115 as the Blue Alliance gained 1 ranking point apiece for their alliance with their autonomous moving off of the starting point and scoring at least 1 piece of coral. The Red Alliance did the same, and they also got 3 ranking points for the victory. That's match number 12 of what will be 52 qualifying matches today. We're shooting for 35 matches completed today before we call it an evening.
And it's time for match number 13, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 5219.
Techno Squad.
Joining them, Team 5900.
Currently ranked number 8, the Fighting Mongooses.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 9057.
Girl.
On the Blue Alliance with Team 8761.
Tiger Bite.
Joining them, 3635.
The Flying Legion.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4026.
Currently in the number ranked 6th position, Decatur Robotics.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And now match number 13 underway in autonomous as the bots move off of their starting point. They get 3 points apiece for their alliance. If they can score on the coral reef, they can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points with that score. Coming out of autonomous, it's 9 points for the red and 6 points for the blue, as the human players now have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 52-19 at the coral reef, bouncing around 90-57. Swinging off of the cage, heads back to the reef with a piece of coral in their possession. It looks like they're going to try to place it on the trough. It falls off of the trough down into the trench, back to the ocean floor. It's 11-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:50 left to go. And it's 36-35, the Flying Legion. They're at the coral zone. They've got coral in their possession. They're at the reef. They're going to try to place it high, just like 40-26 Decatur Robotics team does. That was a 9-point swing right there, as both bots scored for the Blue Alliance. It's 22-9 right now, as 52-19. The Techno Squad looking for that piece of algae with their gripper arm. As 90-57, the girl team, they're at the coral zone, looking for some coral to be slid down the trough, slid down the chute into the robot down at the bottom of the sea. 5900, the Fighting Mongooses picks up a piece of algae, takes it over towards the processor, places it in the processor. It bounces back out. Here they're going to try again. Keep an eye on them as it pops in. It rolls down the processor, out in front of the human player on the side of the barge, who takes it, launches it into the net. 4 points for the Blue Alliance. That was 6 points for the red processing of the algae. And there's another piece right there. 6 points for the red and 4 points for the blue in that swing right there, as it's 56-24 with 30 seconds left to go in the match. It's 36-35. Spins around in the current, headed back towards the coral zone. They pick up coral from the chute, placing it high atop the reef. 40-26 the Decatur Robotics team. And the Flying Legion placing it in the middle. That's worth 4 points, as the Decatur Robotics team, they lift themselves off of the ocean floor, trying to ascend to the surface using that deeply anchored cage. The red bot, 5900, the Fighting Mongooses, parks up underneath the barge zone for 2 points at the end of the match. As we've done all day long so far, we're going to wait for the reef to show us what color fish are swimming. When they give us the picture on the big screen, that'll tell us who's victorious, and we'll be able to relay you the score and any ranking points that the Alliance may have received. And here we go with the score in that match. The Blue Alliance victorious in the match with a score of 69-32. 69-32. The Blue Alliance gained 3 ranking points for the victory.
And it's time for match number 14, starting on the red alliance with team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
Joining them, team 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
And completing the red alliance, team 9086.
Wildcat Robotics.
On the blue alliance with team 7470.
Rambot Robotics.
With them, team 9477.
Lambda.
And running up blue, we have 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running in autonomous as the bots move forward. They come off of the line. They get 3 points. They come off of their starting position. If they can score high on the coral reef, they get anywhere from 3 to 7 points on that coral reef. Scoring high gives them 7. Coming out of autonomous, the red alliance with 23, the blue alliance with 9. As 9086 moves around the field, they're at their coral station looking for coral. 8866 Innovation Robotics takes it high for 5 points. As on the blue alliance, 9477 having trouble at the reef. Their alliance partner 7470 Rambot Robotics navigating the currents very well, as the Columbus Space Program having trouble with the algae. It's slipping out of their possession. 9477 at the coral reef as 9086 slides on top of the algae right now. They're in the blue alliance side of the field. 9477. That's the Lambda Robotics team. They moved over to the blue alliance side trying to play defense as 7104 has algae in their possession. They're going to go to the processor on the side with that algae as 88-66 scores some in the barge net on top. 88-66 now placing a piece of coral high atop the reef for 5 as it's 59-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 41-88 dancing across the bottom of the ocean floor heading towards the coral station, picking up some coral. Looks like they're going to try to place it somewhere on the reef like they're supposed to. No, they have a piece of algae in their position. I couldn't see that for a second. They let it go to the ocean floor as 94-77. 94-77 launches one out of the ocean into the net on top of the barge for 4 points as it's 65-21 with 45 seconds left to go. 90-86 still having trouble with that algae. They're slipping and sliding on the algae on the ocean floor. That's 71-04 looking for algae as well. There comes another piece that was 94-77 launched. It missed. It went over the top of the barge. The ocean waves just a-dancing. The barge bouncing back and forth in the waves as 90-86 trying to still get off of that algae bed. There goes another piece of algae launched by 94-77 into the net. That's another 4 points as they go collect another one. 41-88, the Columbus Space Program doing the same. There's another one launched by 94-77 as 88-66 scores in the middle. It's now 85-33 in favor of the Red Alliance as the match ends. That's qualification match number 14 of what will be 52 total qualifying matches. And again, we're trying to shoot for match number 35 completion today. All right, here we go. What color fish will swim on the reef this time? The Red Alliance victorious in that match as their fish are swimming strong with a score of 87-39. 87-39. The Red Alliance was able to gain 3 points for the victory, and during autonomous, they were able to move all 3 of their bots off of their starting position and score at least 1 piece of coral on the coral reef in the center of the field.
And it's time for qualification 15, starting on the Red Alliance with team 41-12.
The Eaglebots.
Joining them, team 68-29.
Currently ranked number 1, Ignite Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 6944.
And wobbling in the ranks at number 10, the Wolverines.
On the Blue Alliance, it's Team 8577.
The Georgia Cyber Academy champions.
Joining them, Team 4701.
Team Wire.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 6925.
Ranked number 8 right now, WA Robotics.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running in autonomous match number 15 as the human players have programmed the bots to do what you see it doing right now, even if it's just sitting still at the bottom of the ocean floor. As they move off of their starting position, they gain 3 points. If they can score on the coral reef, they gain anywhere from 3 to 7 in autonomous. And now the human players have control. The points drop as the bots are controlled for 2 minutes and 15 seconds of chaotic action in the clear ocean waters that you see in front of you now. There goes 68-29. The Ignite Robotics team scoring high up on the reef. They're at the coral zone. They're collecting that corals from the chute on the barge. The human player passes it down the chute to the robot on the ocean floor as that one drops into the trough for 2 points. It's 36-12 in favor of the Red Alliance right now as the algae is bouncing around the floor on the Blue Alliance side. 47-01, the Team Wire Robotics team has that coral in their possession. They place it in the trough. It's worth 2, but it bounces down into the ocean floor for nothing right now. They'll pick it up and try again. Scoring high atop the reef, that's worth 5 points. In the middle row, it's worth 4. Down on the lower branch, it's worth 3. And if they can place it in the trough at the bottom of the reef, it's worth 2 points. As 41-12, the Eaglebot scores 4 for the Red Alliance. It's 54-16 with 1:10 left to go as 85-77 approaches the coral zone. Algae bouncing around on the Blue Alliance side as 69-25. That's the WA Robotics team. Scores in the middle worth 4 points as it's now 58-20 with 54 seconds left to go. 68-29, they're at the reef. They've got the coral in their possession. Are they going to go high? Are they going to go low? They're trying to figure out where they're at. battling the ocean currents, moving around the coral reef, figuring out where they need to place it. They're going high, they're going low, up and down. 41-12 right beside them as 68-29 drops it, comes down to the ocean floor. 41-12 still in their possession, trying to figure out where they're going to place that. The Eaglebots are. They place it on the low branch. That's worth 3 points as 69-44. The Wolverines pick up coral with 20 seconds left to go. That's what that beacon sound means. 20 seconds left to go. We're in the end game right now. If their cages are anchored deep, they can gain a maximum of 36 points for their alliance in the end game. As it's 65-30 with 3 seconds left to go. The Red Alliance gains another 6. And that's the end of 15 of what will be a total of 52 qualifying matches. We are going to play through to match 35 today. That's our plan. And then we will call it a day as we await the score. All right, here we go with the score on that last match. Match number 15. Red Alliance victorious in that match with a score of 77-37. The Red Alliance gained 3 ranking points for the victory, and during autonomous, they were able to move all of their bots off of their starting position and score on the reef. 68-29 maintains its hold on the number 1 ranked position, while the other 2 members of their alliance move up in the standings with those ranking points and that victory.
And it's time for match number 16, starting off the Red Alliance with team 29-74.
Walton Robotics currently ranked number 2.
Joining them, team 52-19.
Techno Squad.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 8100.
The Grayson Robotics team.
On the Blue Alliance with team 36-35.
The Flying Legion.
Joining them, team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
And rounding up Blue Alliance, we have team 9057.
Girl.
And the field is green. Drivers behind in 3, 2, 1, go!
And match number 16 now underway. The first 15 seconds controlled by the robotic programming as the bots can score more points in this time frame by moving off of the starting position for 3 points. Scoring high on the coral reef gets them 7 points apiece. As it's now 16-9 coming out of autonomous, the human players control the bots, what we call teleop. For the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds, well, we're down to 2 minutes and 6 right now. The controlled chaos on the bottom of the sea, you see, is being done by the drivers in the driver's station on each end of the field. 52-19, I'm sorry. That's the Techno squad. They're at the barge zone. At area under the barge is known as the barge zone, where 52-19 is parked right now. If they stay there till the end of the match, that'll gain their alliance 2 points. 90-57 at the coral reef zone. Looking to score some coral. As their alliance partner, 36-35, heads towards the barge zone. That little cage that they're at is a shallow cage. At the end of the match, if they can pull themselves off the ocean floor by that shallow cage, that'll gain their alliance 6 points, now 36-35. The Flying Legion playing defense as Walton Robotics places one in the center. 8100, the Grayson Robotics team places one high atop the reef. They finally get that completed as they're rebuilding the reef, bringing the aquatic life back into the area. 90-57, that's the girl team. They're at the coral reef zone right now, looking to play some coral as some algae gets processed. The algae is also netted on top of the Blue Alliance barge. 17-61, 61 being with the red and 17 with the blue with 44 seconds left to go as the Walton Robotics team scores in the middle for another 4 points. 90-57 approaches the barge zone as 5900 Fighting Mongooses. They're over at the coral zone looking. There we go. They're looking for the coral to be passed down the chute from the barge on top of the waves down to the bottom of the sea, where the bots are operating, collecting that coral as Walton places one low for 3 points. We're under 20 seconds left to go. It's 36-35. The Flying Legion team, they're at that shallow anchored cage. Looks like they may try to lift themselves off the bottom of the floor. If they're successful, that'll be worth 6 points for their alliance. If they stay right where they're at, that'll be worth 2 points as another piece of algae was attempted to be processed. The waves were a little bit strong. It rocked and rolled and knocked that piece out to the ocean floor. All right, here we go with the score in that match. On the reef this time, the Red Alliance fish are swimming, indicating the Red Alliance is victorious, this time with a score of 91-23. And in that match, the Red Alliance gained 3 points, 3 ranking points for the victory. They also were able to, once again, move all of their bots off of their starting position and score at least 1 piece of coral on the reef for that valuable ranking point in autonomous. Match number 16 complete and in the books as we await the setup for match number 17 of what will be 52 total qualifying matches this weekend.
And it's time for match number 17, starting off the Red Alliance with team 1648.
Currently in the number 7 ranked position, G3 Robotics.
Joining them, team 4026.
Currently ranked number 5, Decatur Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 1746.
Auto.
On the Blue Alliance, you have team 9
the Gear Bears.
With them, team 6340.
Ranked number 4 right now, the Manatee Marist Manatees.
And closing off the Blue Alliance, team 8761.
Tiger Bite.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off in qualification match number 17 with G3 Robotics, Decatur Robotics, and Otto forming the Hampton Alliance as they work together to try to outscore the Blue Alliance in match number 17. Currently, they're leading 23-0 for the Blue Alliance as we come out of autonomous. That doesn't mean anything as the lot of scoring potential out there on both sides. As the G3 Robotics team scores high for 5, 63-40 on the Blue Alliance, placing theirs high as well for 5. 63-40, the Marist Manatees currently ranked number 4. They've got that coral in their possession, trying to reach high atop the reef. We're watching them to see if they can get it there. They're having a little trouble with the currents. It's giving them a little problem as their alliance partner tries to score high as well. Marist Manatees scoring high. That's another 5 points as it's 41-15 in favor of the Red Alliance with 1:27 left to go. The Hampton Alliance 17-46 and G3 Robotics scoring on the reef as 40-26 battles with 63-40 the Marist Manatees, who are trying to keep the Red Alliance from scoring that coral. 94-80 the Gear Bears scoring high as well as it's now 50-25 with 1:05 left to go. 16-48 drops one in the trough. That's worth 2 points for the Red Alliance as the action continues on both sides of the ocean floor. There's the Decatur Robotics team. They dropped one back down to the ocean floor. If it lands in the trough, it's worth 2 points. If they can place it on the low branch, it's worth 3. In the middle branch, it's worth 4, and high atop the reef, that's worth 5 points. As 94-80 going high with their score right now. Let's see if they can make it. They're rocking and rolling at the current right now as they try to get that coral placed high atop the reef, and they do for 5 more points. There's 87-61. They're studying the cages, making sure the barge is okay. They're looking around. on the ocean floor, battling the currents, trying to get into position as we're down to under 20 seconds left to go. The Marist Manatees, that's the barge zone. They're over there at the low, deep anchored cage. Those cages are rocking and rolling in the ocean currents. The bots are stirring up the ocean floor and the currents. The waves are getting taller as we come to an end. 16:48, the G3 Robotics team. If they were successfully able to pull themselves off of the ocean floor using that deep anchored cage, that'll be worth 12 points. And since they had another bot parked in the barge zone with them, that'll be 14 plus points, which could get them that valuable ranking point, which will help them move up in the standings or hold their position, depending on the outcome, which we'll find out here in just a moment when the fish swim along the coral reef one more time here in Statesboro, Georgia. And here we go. Let's see what happens in that match. It was the Red Alliance victorious in that match. That was the Hampton Alliance with a score of 100-39. Let's see how they did. They were able to gain 3 ranking points for their alliance for the victory. All team members move up in the standings as they were able to get the barge ranking points for scoring more than 14 points under the barge. And in autonomous, they were able to move all of their bots off of their starting position and score at least 1 piece of coral on the coral reef. Match number 17 of 52 now complete, as we are going to go through match number 35 today and call it an afternoon.
And it's time for match number 18, starting off the Red Alliance with team 8815.
The Barnstormers.
Joining them, team 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
And diving with the Red Alliance team 6925.
WA Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance is team 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
Joining them, team 10376.
The Plutonium Panthers.
And submerging with the Blue Alliance team 4112.
The Eagle Bots.
And Logan is ready. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
That's number 18 starting in autonomous as all the blue bots move 3 points apiece. And they score high on the reef. That should get them a ranking point at the end. The red bots do the same thing if they can score. I can't tell. All right, we'll see at the end of the matches. It's 19-13 in favor of the Blue Alliance coming out of autonomous. 69-25 heading towards the coral reef zone. Looking to grab some coral. As 41-88, the Columbus Space Program raising their arm high atop above the ocean waves. They get it. Falls onto the barge net for 4 points as it's 24 for the blue, 17 for the red. 41-12, the Eagle Bots with coral in their possession drops down into the ocean trench. Falls all the way down 7 miles in the Marianas Trench there. 41-12 again trying to place it onto the trough. That's worth 2 points if they're successfully doing that. As 41-88 launches one over the top of the net for the Red Alliance. It's 26-20 right now in favor of the Blue Alliance. Here comes the Columbus Space Program one more time, dropping it off in the net for 4 points as it's now 31-28 with 1:18 left to go in favor of the Blue Alliance. There goes Team 41-12 placing it high on top of the reef. That's another 5 points as 4 points come from the Red Alliance. Another 8-point swing right there as they were able to place the algae in the net on top of the barge. 41-12 scoring high again. That's another 5 as they take the lead 49-44. It's back and back, neck and neck in this match right here. We're down to 50 seconds left to go. When one team scores 4, the other one scores 5. It's back and forth as the Columbus Space Program one more time trying to place that algae into the net for 4 points, and they do so as it's now 49 for the blue and 48 for the red with 48 seconds left to go. There's 52 now for the red and 49 for the blue as the Blue Alliance continues to score. 41-12 looking for that coral. There goes the 41-88 Columbus Space Program. They lost control of the algae as another piece of algae is scored for the Red Alliance. It's 56-55 as they now take the lead over the red with under 20 seconds left to go. The Columbus Space Program scoring another 4 points as they were at the barge zone. We got under 10 seconds left to go now as the bots are all moving towards the barge zone. 88-15, the Barnstormers looking like they're trying to grab hold of that deeply anchored red cage. Oh my goodness, right there at the end, there's 3 bots in the Blue Alliance. I can't tell if one of them, because my view is blocked, came off of the ocean floor. If they did, they'll gain 12 points there. They'll take a look at it. We'll see. At the end of that match, it was 64-60 in favor of the Blue Alliance, but we won't know for sure until the fish start swimming again on the reef here in just a moment. Here we go. Let's see which color fish will swim this time. The Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance fish are swimming, and it is a score of 70-69 over the Red Alliance, as both the Blue and the Red Alliance gain the autonomous ranking point, and the Blue Alliance gains 3 ranking points for the victory.
And it's time for match number 19, starting the red lines with team 5219.
The Techno Squad with Kraken.
With them, team 4701.
Team Wire with the Sea Carrot.
And completing the red alliance, team 7470.
Rambot Robotics and Plankton.
On the blue alliance with team 9477.
Lambda with Neptune.
Joining them, 6829.
Currently ranked number 1, Ignite Robotics with Magma.
And completing the blue alliance, 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses with Nautilus.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 19, Autonomous, underway as the bots score anywhere from 3 to 7 points in Autonomous, from leaving the starting position to scoring on the reef. What you see is what was programmed by the human players, even if it's nothing. Now the human players have control as 4701 bounces off of the reef. 7470, their alliance partner, swings around behind them looking for some coral. They're checking the barge cages. 9477 pulling the algae off of the reef as 5900 dances around heading towards the reef zone, the coral zone, trying to pick up that coral from the human player on the side. It falls off down to the ocean floor as they try one more time. Coming down the chute, bounces off the corner of the chute. 9477 launches one up into the barge net. That's worth 4 points for the Blue Alliance as it's 23-3 with 1:30 left to go in the match. 5219 having a little trouble with the ocean currents there at the reef. It must be pretty strong this afternoon. As 5900 bounces off 6829, who was having trouble on the algae. The Fighting Mongooses in position trying to gain some coral so they can take it back to the reef and score, as it's 27-3 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now with just over a minute left to go. The Blue Alliance bot 94-77 has that algae in their possession. They're in position. They're going to launch it high and score 4 more points on the Blue Alliance barge net. All right, it's 36-3 with 45 seconds left to go as the Fighting Mongooses slide underneath the cage. It's rocking and rolling now. One more scored by the Blue Alliance from 24-77, who's able to launch that like a missile from the bottom of the ocean floor up out of the water into the cage and hit their target with regular precision. 94-77, once again, they're in position. They have launched. They score one more as it's now 51-3 with 15 seconds left to go in the match. 5,900 now is at the barge zone, and the deep anchored cage is 68-29 approaches. The cages are rocking and rolling in the current. There must be a storm brewing on the surface as the ocean currents are strong down below. That's the end of qualification match number 19. Again, we will have a total of 52 qualifying matches here at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia this weekend. And we're looking to find out what color fish will swim on the reef, and this time it is the Blue Alliance fish swimming around the reef as a score of 61-3. The Blue Alliance gained 3 ranking points with that victory as 68-29. The Ignite Robotics team hangs on to the number 1 position, and the other 2 members slide up in the rankings.
And it's time for match number 20, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 9480.
The Gear Bears and Sea Friend Bear.
Joining them, Team 8577.
The Georgia Cyber Academy champions in Nemo.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 4026.
Ranked number 4, Decatur Robotics and Nessie.
Starting out the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8866.
Currently in the number 3 ranked position, Innovation Robotics and Diffie Q.
Joining them, 8761.
Tiger Bite with Tiger Shark.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8100.
Grayson Robotics with the Leaning Tower of Loganville.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go. First 15 seconds programmed by the human players. If 88.66 could drop that on the high part of the reef in autonomous, that'd be worth 7 points. Just a little bit off with their aim on that one as it drops down. At the end of the 15 seconds, it's 19 for the red and 6 for the blue. 94.80 with Coral in their possession. Dropping it, it falls to the ocean floor as 85.77 dances around with 40.26, 8100. Dancing around with 88.66. 87.61. Observing the cages, make sure everything's good for the end game where they'll be able to score a maximum amount of points. He's checking them out right now to make sure they're secure. They're deeply anchored in there off of the bottom of the barge. 88.66. That's Innovation Robotics teams lifting that algae up out of the water onto the ocean barge for 4 points on the Blue Alliance side of the field. It's 42 for the red, 37 for the blue with 1:26 left to go. As more points are being scored high, it's tied 42-42 with 1:20. Neck and neck right now is 40-26. The Decatur Robotics team looking for Coral. 85-77. The Georgia Cyber Academy team places one in the trough. And their alliance partner, team 40-26, placing one high atop the reef. That was worth 5 as it's 56 for the blue and 47 for the red with 59 seconds left to go. The Grayson Robotics team, their leaning tower of Loganville, leaning over, trying to place it on the middle row, and it falls back down into the trench. As it goes down into the trench, it gains their alliance. No points for that, but they pick it up. 8100 right now trying to get on the middle row for 4 points. Keep an eye on them, folks. They're trying to get it into there. It's a 4-point swing right now as a Blue Alliance ahead by 8 points now with 30 seconds left to go. The Red Alliance bot 40-26. That's the Decatur Robotics team. They're at the barge zone. 20 seconds left to go. They lift themselves off of the bottom of the ocean floor. If they can stay there at the end of the match, they will gain 12 points for their alliance. 85-77, bouncing around the algae as their alliance partner, 94-80. The Gear Bears parks up underneath the barge. 85-77, parking up underneath the barge as well. That could get them a valuable ranking point as 40-26 is up off of the ocean floor. All right. That was a close match there. The ranking point and the climb or the ascension towards the surface could be the difference in that match. As we await the outcome here in just a moment, we'll see where it stands. All right, here we go. Let's see what happened in that match. The Red Alliance victorious in that match with a score 72-71. And they did get credit for the raising ascension towards the surface, which pulled them ahead of the Blue Alliance for those ranking points and the score of 12 for that bot. The Red Alliance received 3 ranking points for the victory. They received 1 ranking point for more than 14 points under the barge, and they also got the autonomous ranking point as well. (40-26) with that match. Victory on that alliance moved up into the number 2 ranked position.
And it's time for qualification 21, starting the Red Alliance with team 6944.
Currently ranked number 8, the Wolverines with Wobble.
Joining them, team 1746.
Team Auto with Slowbot.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 6340.
The Marist Manatees with Theseus.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 3635.
The Flying Legion and Calypso.
With them, team 1648.
G3 Robotics currently ranked number 4 with Wellerman.
And completing the Blue Alliance, team 8815.
The Barnstormers and Bottom Feeder.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off in match number 21 of 52 as the bots score anywhere from 3 to 7 points on the reef in autonomous. They get 3 points just for leaving their starting position for their alliance, as it's 6 to 3, 6 to 6, 9 to 6, 6 to 6, 9 to 6, coming out of autonomous. With 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go, the human players are controlling the bots as 63-40. Takes a piece of coral, placing it high. No, that doesn't make it there, as the other bots trying to score high. The blue bots, 16-48 and 36-35, trying to score coral as well. 69-44 with coral in their possession. They're going high and they drop it. Oh, it falls off into the trough and then bounces down into the trench as 63-40 and 17-46, trying to score high. Otto trying to score high, places it down. That's worth 5 as it's 16-6 in favor of the Red Alliance right now. The Blue Alliance bot. 36-35 at the reef. They have coral in their possession. Going to try to place the coral in the middle row, and they do. It's 17-16 as the Blue Alliance takes the lead over the Red Alliance with 1:10 left to go. 16-48 G3 Robotics with their arms stretched high up in the air. They're rocking and rolling in the ocean waves as they're having a little bit of difficulty right now on the Blue Alliance side. 16-48, the currents are really confusing them right now as they're trying to get their bot under control. Their ROV is struggling as 63-40 comes in and helps them out a little bit. 63-40 playing defense is 36-35. Races around with coral in their possession. It's 25-19 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 31 seconds left to go as Otto is positioned just outside of the barge zone. 69-44 has coral in their possession, going to try to place it on the reef. They're raising it to the middle row. Oh, it's on the middle row, but it ends up on the trough for 2 points, as it's now the Red Alliance takes the lead 30-29 with just under 10 seconds left to go. 36-35 parks in the barge zone. The other bots parked in the barge zone as one more bot parks for the Red. This is going to be close coming to the end. That one barge parking up underneath the barge for the Red Alliance could be the difference when the final score is revealed, when the fish start swimming on the reef here in just a moment. All right, here comes the results in that match. Let's see which fish will swim. The Blue Alliance fish will swim on the reef with a score of 35-34. 35-34. Big difference in that match was that the Blue Alliance was able to score more coral points than the Red Alliance. As 16-48 maintains their rank at number 4 with 3 ranking points for their alliance members. 63-40 holds on the bubble there at number 10 right now. As we move on to match number 22.
And it's time for qualification 22, starting off the Red Alliance with team 9057.
Girl.
With them, team 6925.
WA Robotics.
And team 10376.
In the number 5 ranked position, the Plutonium Panthers.
On the Blue Alliance of team 2974.
Currently ranked number 3, Walton Robotics.
Joining them, team 9086.
And on the bubble, team ranked number 9, the Wildcat Robotics.
And completing the Blue Alliance, team 7470.
Rounding out the Robotics Alliance, Rambot Robotics.
the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And match number 22 is now underway as we're in autonomous. The bots gaining 3 points for leaving their starting position. They can score 3 points by dropping coral into the trough. They can score 7 points all the way up on top of the reef. Now the human players have control of the bots for 2 minutes and 15 seconds as it's 13-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. There goes 69-25. They've got some algae in their possession, circling around the reef, heading towards the processor, but let it fall onto the floor as 74-70 plays defense. They don't want the Red Alliance to gain those coral points. So 10-3-76 says, I'm going to go to the reef, and it drops off back down to the ocean floor as 90-86 for the Blue Alliance. As points scored as well. There's another one for the Blue Alliance, scoring high at 5 points apiece, as it's now 36-8 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:28 left to go. 10-3-76. They're at the coral zone, picking up coral down the chute from the barge atop the ocean waves, and they head towards the reef, dropping it off into the trough. Worth 2 points there for 10-3-76. That's the Plutonium Panthers. They're currently ranked number 5 and want to move up in the rankings with a victory here. As the Blue Alliance is 45 and the Red Alliance is 16. There's a little bit of climbing that they need to do as 69-25 heads to the reef and picks up a piece of algae. They're going to try to take it over to the processor and possibly score it there. There's one algae placed in the blue barge net. That was worth 4 points as it's 54-26. 54-58 now with 40 seconds left to go as 10-3-76 again approaches the coral zone to pick up some more coral. The Blue Alliance 66-20. We're down to 30 seconds as the 29-74 Walton Robotics team scores for the Blue Alliance. It's 69-20 with 23 seconds left to go. We're down to the end of the match as 74-70 parks up underneath the blue barge as 10-3-76 does the same for the Red Alliance. 69-25 parking as well. That's worth 2 points for that. Walton Robotics spins around. They're trying to process that algae at the last second. There's 6 points for the blue and now 4 points for the Red Alliance as another piece of algae comes down the chute. That may have been after the buzzer. We'll let the referees make that determination. The end of match number 22 as we await the fish to swim on the reef to indicate which alliance was victorious in that last match. All right, here we go in that last match. Which fish are going to be swimming? It's the Blue Alliance fish swimming on the reef. With a score, 92-30. 92-30 is what it was, and that Blue Alliance went and got themselves 4 ranking points for that victory. 3 for the victory itself, and 1 when they were in autonomous. They were able to accomplish that goal to get that ranking point.
And it's time for match number 23, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
With Team 8761.
Tiger Bite.
And Team 4701.
Team Wire.
Starting off our Blue Alliance with Team 6829.
Currently ranked number 1, Ignite Robotics.
Joining them, Team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 7104.
And in the number 7th ranked position, the Bot Brothers.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 23 now underway in autonomous. Hopefully the robots are responding to their programming the way they should. That's the first 15 seconds of the match. They can score anywhere from 3 to 7 points, depending on what they accomplish in autonomous. It's 9-6 coming out of autonomous, with the human players controlling it now for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 68-29, the Ignite Robotics team with Algae in their possession, dropping it off on the ocean floor, maybe to be scored later on. At 94-80 with Algae in their possession. 7104 placing Algae down the side in the processor. That's worth 6. Now 4 for the human player shooting from the red side. It's now 20-15 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:30. Make that 25-15. As action all over the ocean floor, points being scored really fast as they rebuild the reef and process the algae in Reefscape. 2025 here at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia. 4701 has coral in their possession, moving towards the reef. They're at the reef zone. They have that coral in their possession. Going to try to place it in some location, of course. That's part of the game. As they place it low, it falls down into the trench. As the Red Alliance scores 4 more in the net on top of the barge. It's now 50-31 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 45 seconds left to go. As 68-29 scores some more. 54, 58, 62. They come in real fast. The Blue Alliance doubling the score of the Red Alliance right now as 4701 tries to score some coral on the reef. Keep an eye on what they're doing. It is now 70-31 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 23 seconds left to go. The deep anchored cages are swinging on the Blue Alliance side of the field as the Red Alliance has all of their cages anchored shallow. If a robot can pull themselves up off of the ocean floor using the shallow cages, it's worth 6 points. If they can do it via the deeply anchored cages on the Blue Alliance side, it's worth 12 points. That's the end of the match. We'll wait for the fish to swim on the reef to determine who the victors were, and then tell you about any ranking points they might have received. All right, let's take a look. And it is the Blue Alliance in that match. with the score 83-42. And the Blue Alliance gets 3 ranking points for the victory in that match. Don't forget to stop by Sponsors Row out there and check out the sponsors here at Georgia Southern and everybody else in the pits. Don't forget to check them out as well. They love to see you and love to talk to you.
And it's time for match number 24, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 1746.
Auto.
With them, Team 4112.
The Eaglebots.
And Team 5219.
Techno Squad.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 6340.
The Marist Manatees, currently ranked number 10.
8815.
The Barnstormers.
And Team 9477.
Lambda.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 24 in autonomous. Once again, like 4112 did just then, you can score 7 points high, anywhere from 3 to 7 points in autonomous mode. At 2 minutes and 15 seconds of teleop controlled by the human players. The bots are moving around the ocean floor trying to rebuild the coral reef. 5 points there for the Blue Alliance. That's 63-40. The Marist Manatees have that coral in their possession. They're at the reef. They're scoring high, 5 more points, as it's now 26-18 with 1:52 left to go. 17:46, knocking the algae out of the way is 41-12. The Eaglebots team places a piece of coral high, a pop. Whoa, it falls off into the trough for 2. There's 17:46, Otto flipping that piece of coral, and it falls onto the reef for 5 more points, as the Eaglebots do the same thing on the opposite side of the reef. 94-77, the Lambda team. They've been good with the algae all competition long. Got it in their possession. They've already got one in the net on top. They're launching it out of the ocean, kind of like a missile, going for its target. Hits the target there. 4 more points for the Blue Alliance, as it's 54-40, as the Red Alliance 17:46 tries to score an inch closer. There's 5 more points if they can get it. 5 more points they're trying to get closer to the Red Alliance, as they score another 4 on the Blue Alliance side. It's 60-70-45 now. The Blue Alliance 94-77 again with that good launching mechanism. They're able to hit their target on top. There's another 4 points, as it's 78-50, as Otto spins that coral around, drops it high atop the reef for 5, knocks off a piece of algae in the process. As 41-12, the Eaglebots do the same thing, trying to score that algae. They're trying to get it to stay on top, but it falls back into the trench. 63-40, they're under the bark zone, as 94-77 scores another 4 by launching it out of the water. We're down to 16 seconds left to go, as it's 86-59 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We're down to 6 seconds left to go, as the bots start to park up underneath the barge. 63-40, looks like they may be up off of the ocean floor. If they are, that could be 12 points for the Blue Alliance. They also may get a valuable ranking point if that other bot is parked in the barge zone. Looks like it is from here. We'll let the referees and the scorekeepers make that determination. I'm just the guy that you don't pay attention to behind the scenes. All right, and we have a score in that match. It looks like the Bluefish are swimming one more time on the reef, as the Blue Alliance scores 108 points to the Red Alliance 67. And in that match, both alliances gained 1 ranking point in autonomous. And the Blue Alliance was able to gain 1 ranking point as well for completing the barge zone challenge. And they gained 3 points for their alliance. By the victory, all 3 members of the Blue Alliance move up in the standings.
And it's time for match number 25 on the Red Alliance with Team 1648.
G3 Robotics, currently ranked number 4.
With them, Team 8866.
Currently ranked number 5, Innovation Robotics.
And Team 9057.
Girl.
Starting off for Blue Alliance, we have Team 9086.
Currently ranked number 6, Wildcat Robotics.
With them, Team 4026.
Currently showing number 1, Decatur Robotics.
And completing the Blue Alliance, we got Team 10376.
Sitting in the number 8 ranked position, Plutonium Panthers.
The field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the match number 25 in autonomous is underway. As the Red Alliance is leading 16-9, they can score anywhere from 3 to 7 points, depending on what activity they perform in autonomous. Now the human players have control as 8866, the Innovation Robotics team, places that coral high atop the reef for 5 points. On the Blue Alliance side, the 4026, the Decatur Robotics team, currently sitting in number 1 position, has coral in their position, raising it high up, scoring it high across the top. Their alliance partner, 9086, doing the same. It was a 10-point swing right there in the matter of just seconds. 31 to 22 now in favor of the Red Alliance, as the Blue Alliance, with the 3 of the top 8 ranked teams on their side, trying to outscore the Red Alliance with 2 of the top 8 teams ranked. 1648 G3 Robotics looking for a piece of coral, trying to sweep it off of the ocean floor. They've got it in their possession. They're going to place it on the trough, but it drops back down into the trench as 8866, the Innovation Robotics team, places their coral high atop the reef. No, they back away as they're trying to get into position. The ocean currents are affecting how they're operating their vehicle right now. 4026, the Decatur Robotics team, over on the Blue Alliance side, they've got control of the currents. They're understanding it right now as they place it high atop the reef. It's now 52
to 46, 54 to 46 in favor of the Red Alliance with 48 seconds left to go. There's 4 points in the net for the Red Alliance as they score the algae, as it's now 58 to 51 with 37 seconds left to go. Innovation Robotics placing one high for 5 as they move 5 points further ahead, as it's 65 to 53 right now with 27 seconds left to go. 90-86. That's the Wildcat Robotics team. They're trying to place that coral high atop the reef. The currents are messing with them right now as they're trying to get into position. We're under 20 seconds left to go. They drop the coral to the ocean floor. They head towards the barge, trying to score those barge points at 16:48. The G3 Robotics team lifts themselves up off of the surface of the ocean. That'll be worth 12 points and possibly a ranking point if they successfully complete that task of lifting themselves off of the seafloor. We're going to wait for the fish to swim one more time to tell you about this last match, 25. All right, here's the results from match number 25. Red Alliance, the fish are swimming strong on the reef with a score of 104 to 59. The Red Alliance gained 3 ranking points for the victory. They gained 1 ranking point in autonomous, just like the Blue Alliance, and they also gained 1 ranking point for completion of the barge task underneath the barge by gaining more than 14 points. That was match number 25 as we get set up for match number 26. And remember, we will be going through match number 35 today. And the pits will remain open 1 hour after the scores are announced in match number 35. And then we will return tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Right now, we're getting ready to start match number 26. 26 of 52.
And with that, we're ready for match number 26. Starting off on the Red Alliance with team 2974.
Currently in the number 3 ranked position, Walton Robotics with Watergate.
With them, team 3635.
The Flying Legion with Calypso.
And team 4188.
The Columbus Space Program and Lyra.
On the Blue Alliance is team 6944.
Currently ranked in the number 10 position, the Wolverines and Wobble.
With them, team 8577.
The Georgia Cyber Academy champions and Nemo.
And diving in the Blue Alliance, team 8100.
Grayson Robotics with the Leaning Tower of Loganville.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 26 underway. As in autonomous, they can gain 3 points for moving off the starting point. They can also gain a valuable ranking point if all 3 of the bots move off of the starting line and do like the Red Alliance did and score points on the coral reef. Each one of those pieces of coral scored on the reef was worth 7 points in autonomous. They now drop down to 5 as 36-35 places one on the low branch. Bounces off as 41-88 the Columbus Space Program places one in the reef high atop the red barge. 8100 the Grayson Robotics team at the reef right now, placing that coral on the reef, picking up a piece of algae. A 69-44, 8100 grab that algae, places it in a processor on the side for 6 points as it's 50 for the red and 20 for the blue. With 1:37 left to go, 41-88 the Columbus Space Program dancing around the reef as another piece of algae is scored for the Blue Alliance. It's processed, and now the human player on the outside picks it up as 41-88 loses control of that slippery algae under the sea. It's 78-36 with 1:15 left to go in favor of the Red Alliance in qualification match number 26 of what will be a total of 52 qualifying matches here this weekend. And there's another piece of algae scored by 41-88 for the Red Alliance, another 4 points as it's 92-40 with a minute left to go in the match. 8100 Grayson Robotics, they're at the coral reef. They're going to try to score some points. They've got their arm raised up, looking like they're trying for the high level, but they go into the mid-level worth 4. As it's 106-47 with 46 seconds left to go. Columbus Space Program high atop, got their arm up out of the water and places the algae into the net on top of the barge. Another 4 points as it's 115-54. Our current high score is 128. We may be able to beat that in this match. 29-74 Walton Robotics got that coral, placing it high as it's 127 right now to 58 with under 20 seconds left to go. The bots are headed towards the barge zone as 41-88 scores another 4 points. Scoreboard is currently showing a new high score here at Statesboro as another 4 points is scored on the Blue Alliance in the net on top of the barge there at the last second. All right, looks like a high score possibly for the event. We'll find out here in just a moment when we get all of the details and they release the fish out onto the reef. All right, let's see. Let's see what we've got. It is a Red Alliance victorious in that last match number 26 with a score of 141-69, and it is a new high score. Not only did they set a high score, they got 4 ranking points, 1 for autonomous and 3 for the victory, as 29-74 maintains their hold on the number 2 position. The other 2 members of the Alliance move up in the standings. Those ranking points and the victories do add up as we move towards the final qualifying match tomorrow morning. Once again, we will be going through match number 35 today. 35 is what we're shooting for as our final match for today, completing the final 17 of the 52 matches tomorrow morning.
And it's time for match number 27, starting off on the Red Alliance with team 5219.
The Techno Squad.
8761.
Tiger Bite.
And 7104.
Currently ranked number 6, the Bot Brothers.
On the Blue Alliance is team 1746.
Team Auto.
6829.
In the number 1 ranked position right now, Ignite Robotics.
And team 7470.
Rambot Robotics.
You're good. All right, field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here's 27. Autonomous, programmed by the human players, even if it's just to sit in the currents and study the ocean floor. Bots that move off of their starting position gain 3 points, as one moved off for the red and all 3 for the blue. Now the human players have control as they try to score as many points as possible while rebuilding the reef. If they can score in the trough located at the base of the reef, they will gain 2 points right now. On the low branch, that's worth 3. In the middle, worth 4, and high atop the coral reef is worth 5. Those pieces of algae, those blue-green spherical looking objects out there on the field, those are known as algae. Taking those algae and processing them in the side processor is worth 6 points for the Alliance. Scoring them in the net, worth 4 points for the Alliance. As the Red Alliance has put their coral, their algae in the side processor, ×2. And the Blue Alliance scores with those 2 pieces as well. It's 39-15 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with 1:14 left to go in the match, as 74-70 is in the Red Alliance side of the field. Playing defense as 52-19 continues to monitor the currents and watch the blue cages from their submersible underwater as 71-04. The Bot Brothers currently ranked number 6 with algae in their possession, picking it up, heading over towards the processor. 68-29. The Ignite Robotics team scoring on the reef as their alliance partner. 17-46. Team Otto does the same, but the one that Otto was trying to place fell off of the reef into the trench. 68-29 with that coral in their possession. Going into the middle row, it looks like. No, they're going to bring it around, try another position, as it's 49-21 with 23 seconds left to go. There's 4 more points scored for the Blue Alliance. In the net, on the barge, as 68-29 comes in contact with 52-19 on the Red Alliance side of the field. 17-46. Otto lifts themselves off of the bottom of the ocean floor using that deep anchored cage. They can gain 12 points with that maneuver and also gain a ranking point with 68-29 being parked in the barge zone as well. That's match number 27. Once again, we are trying for match number 35 today before we take a break for the evening. All right, here we go for the score on that one. The Blue Alliance scores the victory with a 75-23 margin. The Blue Alliance gained 3 ranking points for the victory, and they were successful in getting the barge ranking point as well. As 68-29, Ignite Robotics hangs on to the number 1 position. The other 2 members move up in the standings as 7104 moves from 6th to 7th with that match. Getting ready to set up match number 28. Again, we will be going through match number 35 today.
And it's time for match number 27, starting on the Red Alliance with team 5219.
5219 is, hang on a second. My program, Computer Techno Squad.
With them, team 9480.
Tiger Bite.
And 8815.
Wait a minute, hang on a second.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 4026.
Decatur Robotics.
Joining them, team 9477.
Lambda.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have team 6925.
WA Robotics.
All right, all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
The first 15 seconds of the match is in autonomous. This is a recording. The robots are being programmed to do what you see them doing right now, even if it is nothing. All right, they gain 3 points each time they move off of their starting position. They can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points in autonomous, and now it's 2 to 5 since the human players have control. Processor points remain the same for the algae on the side at 6, in the net at 4. It's 24 to 17 in favor of their Blue Alliance right now, as action continues for the next 1 minute and 47 seconds. 88-15 with a piece of coral in their possession. 40-26 with coral going high up the top of the reef. That's worth 5 points. 94-80 the Gear Bears at the reef. They've got a piece of coral in their possession. Where are they going to place it? As 90-86 trying to score high with their piece of coral, along with their alliance partner. They're side by side trying to score 5 points apiece. That one drops down into the trough and falls down into the trench. 69-25, launching a piece of algae up into the net like a rocket out of the water. 94-77 right beside them, right behind him, coming up. They're in position. They launch and score another 4 points for the Blue Alliance. It is now 59-35 with 56 seconds left to go. The Decatur Robotics team trying to score coral. It fell off onto the ocean floor. They pick it right back up. Do it again as it's rinse and repeat on that. They try twice and both times with the same result. They go back and pick up another piece of coral. Try it again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. They continue to try with the same results. They're going to get it right here in just a second. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Holy mackerel. Oh my goodness. If y'all didn't see what just happened, a piece of coral came off of the reef, flipped upside down and came back in the same position. Wow, I don't know if that was caught on camera, but that was awesome. I saw it. I told you what happened. You may believe me if you don't. 88-15 now approaching the barred zone with under 20 seconds left to go. 72-49, 94-80. 94-77 with a piece of algae at the side processor. That's another, oh, it may not count. Don't know, they'll have to let the referees make that determination as it's caught up in the processor there at the end of the match. That was match number 28 of 52, and we await the final score and the release of the fish onto the reef. All right, let's see what happened. A lot of action in that last match. The Blue Alliance victorious with a score of 81-55. In that match, the Blue Alliance scored a ranking point in autonomous and also got 3 ranking points for the victory as the Decatur Robotics team maintains their hold on 4th position with that victory. Get ready for now, match number 29. And again, we will be going through match number 35 today.
And it's time for match number 29, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 8100.
Grayson Robotics.
With them, Team 3635.
The Flying Legion.
And 8866.
Ranked number 5, Innovation Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance, it's Team 4112.
The Eaglebots.
2974.
Ranked number 2, Walton Robotics.
And Team 4701.
Team Wire.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And in autonomous, they can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points depending on what test they're programmed to do. As we see coming out of autonomous with 5 seconds left to go, the Blue Alliance, a lot of scoring with 20 points. The Red Alliance close behind with 16. Right now, we're almost neck and neck. It's just 2 minutes and 15 seconds, controlled by the human players. There's a lot of scoring opportunity out there and a lot of potential to the robots, scoring over 100 points already in some of their matches. As it's 32 to 16 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now, the Walton Robotics team has Coral in their possession, raising it high and scoring 5 points, as the Red Alliance doing the same for 88-66. Scoring high as well. 8100 to Grayson Robotics team, headed towards the reef. They're looking to place it. Looks like they may go on the low branch, worth 2. But 88-66 Innovation team places it high atop. The reef is 41-12. Looks to grab some coral. 47-01 at the coral reef as well. 29-74. Walton Robotics again scoring high. Another 5 points. As it's 64 for the blue and 45 for the red with 1:14 left to go. 8100 grabbing a piece of that algae, taking it over towards a processor. That'll be worth 6 points if they can place it in the processor on the side as they try to inch closer to the Blue Alliance. It's now 56 for the red and 64 as they gain. They're getting closer with 58 seconds left to go. The Blue Alliance now at 78 to 56 with 54 seconds left to go as Walton scores again, pulling algae off of the reef so that can be processed in the side processors and scored in the nets high atop the barges. 79 to 74 in favor of the blue. It's running close right now with 37 seconds left to go. That's 41-12. The Eaglebots picking up some coral headed towards the reef. 36-35. That's the Flying Legion at the coral zone, picking up coral down the chute from the human player atop the barge as the Red Alliance scores 4 points from the processor in the net. It's now 99 for the blue, 105 for the blue, and 88 for the red with under 20 seconds left to go. All the cages for the Blue Alliance anchored in the shallow position, while all the cages for the Red Alliance anchored in the deep position. There's another score for the Red Alliance, 4 more points from the human player on the side at the processor. There's another 4 at the last second, but it bounces out and hits the ocean floor. What a match right there. As it was close at the end, it was 123 to 111. We'll see what the end point game scoring points may add to the score. Let's see. We'll wait for the fish to start swimming on the reef and then tell you how they did after we receive the scores. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. In that last match, match number 29, it was... I can't see. Somebody help me out there. I'm blinded by the light. No, it was 136 for the blue and 115 for the red as both of them get the cooperation points right there. The Red Alliance gained 1 point in autonomous, while the Blue Alliance gained 3 points for the victory as Walton Robotics maintains their hold on the number 2 position. No change in the Red Alliance in their position, and 41-12 moves up ever closer to that top 8 into the 12th position with that victory. Getting ready to set up for match number 30, and remember, we will end the matches today after match number 35. We can go ahead and announce.
And it's time for match number 30, signing the Red Alliance with Team 10-3-7-6.
Currently ranked number 8, the Plutonium Panthers.
With them, Team 16-48.
Ranked number 3 right now, G3 Robotics.
And 41-88.
The Columbus Space Program.
Starting off our Blue Alliance, we got Team 63-40.
In the number 7 ranked position right now, the Marist Manatees.
With them, we have Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
And completing the Blue Alliance, 85-77.
The Georgia Cyber Academy Champions.
And we're off and running in match number 30 of what will be 35 today, a total of 52 altogether, qualifying matches. As they're in autonomous, the bots are programmed to do what you see them do right now, even if it's stand still and monitor the ocean currents. Currently right now in the middle of the field, you'll see the barge. They've got 2 deeply anchored cages on the Blue Alliance side, 1 deeply anchored cage on the Red Alliance side. 4188, that's the Columbus Space Program, reaching their arm up above the ocean waves, dropping the algae into the net on top of the red barge. 10376 with coral in their possession, dropping it down. It falls down into the trench as 6340. The Marist Manatees score high. 8577 got coral in their possession as 5900 brings algae over to the side processor, gaining 6 points for the Blue Alliance as it's 51-18, and the Red Alliance takes that processed algae and scores 4 on their side as 4188 scores another 4 for the Red Alliance. It's now 53-26 with 1:20 left to go. Here goes the Columbus Space Program one more time, scoring another 4. It's 61-32 with 1:12 left to go as 6340. Placing that coral high atop the reef for 5 points. The Columbus Space Program launching another one into the red net on top of the barge. 5900. The Fighting Mongooses, they're at the reef zone. They've got coral in their possession. They're raising their arm up, raising their arm down as 6340 comes behind them with that coral, places it high atop for 5 points as it's now 70-44. 5900 scoring low for 2. The Columbus Space Program with their algae places it in the side processor for 6 points as it's now 52-84 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 6340 spinning around. They've got coral in their possession. Going to try to place it high atop the reef. That's another 5 points as it's now 91-54 with 20 seconds left to go. 4188, the Columbus Space Program parked up underneath the barge. So is 10376. That's the Plutonium Panthers. Over on the Blue Alliance, 6340. Trying to raise themselves up off of the ocean floor, trying to ascend towards the surface. They have raised themselves up off of the ocean floor. That'll be 12 points and maybe a ranking point if that 12 points is successful for the Blue Alliance. Those ranking points are valuable as teams complete missions to gain those valuable ranking points, which can help them move up or hold steady in the rankings. Those ranking points will be very valuable when they determine what the final standings are at the end of the qualifying matches. All right, in match number 30, let's see what color fish will be released out onto the reef. The Blue Alliance fish released out onto the reef with a score of 115-58. In that match, the Blue Alliance gained the 3 ranking points for the victory. They gained the autonomous ranking point and also the barge ranking point for scoring more than 14 points on the barge zone at the end game.
And it's time for match number 31 on the Red Alliance's team, 7104.
Ranked number 7, the Bot Brothers.
With them, team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
And team 6944.
The Wolverines.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 9057.
Girl.
With them, we have team 4026.
Currently in the number 3 ranked position, Decatur Robotics.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, team 6829.
Your number 1 ranked team right now, Ignite Robotics.
The field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're underway in match number 31 here at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia. First 15 seconds programmed to do what they do in autonomous. Automatically, hopefully, they're responding to the programs. As now the human players take control of the bots. The action all over the field is 68-29. Ignite Robotics scores high. Their alliance partner 40-26 has one drop into the trough for 2 points. 68-29, another 5 points as the Red Alliance trying to counter. It's 27-19 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now with 1:50 to go. 69-44. That's the Wolverines scoring. Oh, they were trying to score high. It drops off the side of the reef down into the trench. 94-80 has Coral in their possession, and they move towards the reef, going to try to score that. They've got it up top, and they score 5 points for the Alliance as it's 39-35. Neck and neck, side by side, 43-35 right now. As one team scores 5, so does the other. It's 40-43. In favor of the Blue Alliance right now with 1:17 left to go in the match. There's a Blue Alliance scoring another 5 as the Red Alliance looks to score 5 high as well. 94-80, scoring 5 more points as it's now 45 for the Red and 52 for the Blue. Make that 56 as the Blue counters with another 4 with 1 minute left to go. 68-29 with the possession at the reef. They're going to try to score. Let's see where they go. They go in the middle row with 4 as it's now 60-47 with 50 seconds left to go. There's algae all over the ocean floor. It can be slippery as the robots go around trying to gather the coral. They can slip and slide on the ocean floor. That algae can be slippery. They can process the algae if they'd like to. There's a piece of algae going into the net for the Blue Alliance. Another 4 points there as it's 75-53 with 29 seconds left to go. 69-44 brings it closer as it's now 58-79 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We're down to 20 seconds as the sound, you hear the sonar beep And there's 94.80 in the last 20 seconds, pulling themselves off of the ocean floor, ascending towards the surface using that deeply anchored cage. If they can stay there, that'll be worth 12 points, moving them closer to the Blue Alliance at 69.44, trying to get in there. 71.04 trying to park. The Blue Alliance barks trying to park as well. Each robot parked underneath the barge inside that taped off area is worth 2 points apiece as well. That was the end of match number 31 of what will be a total of 52 total qualifiers. And once again, we are going through match number 35 today before we call it an evening here at the announcer's table. The field is green, they're transitioning as we find out the score of the last match. It was the Blue Alliance victorious with a score 89-80. That one was close right there. Big difference. The algae points scored by the Red Alliance in that match. 89-80. 3 ranking points awarded to the Blue Alliance, and the Red Alliance was able to gain 12 points plus a ranking point under the barge.
And it's time for match number 32 on the Red Alliance with Team 8866.
Innovation Robotics currently ranked number 5.
With them, Team 4112.
The Eaglebots!
And Team 8815.
The Barnstormers.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 1746.
Team Auto.
2974.
Walton Robotics currently ranked number 2.
And Team 8761.
Tiger Bite.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 32 is underway in autonomous as the bots can score anywhere from 3 to 7 points. They get 3 points for moving off of their starting positions. They get 7 points for scoring high on the reef. And a wide variety of points as 29-74 scores 14 points right there on the reef as it's 24 to 19 coming out of autonomous. The Eagle Bots collecting coral as 88-66 Innovation Robotics is at the chute alongside in the coral zone. They've got that coral in their possession, dropping it high atop the reef for 5 points as it's 32 for the red and 39 for the blue. This one's close, back and forth, back and forth. There's 5 more points for the Red Alliance. There's 5 more points for the Blue Alliance as it's 49 for the blue and 40 for the red with a minute 42 left to go. We could have a new high score in this one. Both of these teams, all of these teams together have all scored above 100 points basically in their matches. $87-61 under the cages of the blue barge. Checking them out, making sure that they're stable and ready to use at the end of the match. 29-74 swinging around the reef. They've got coral in their possession. They're going high with that one for another 5 points as it's now 74-63 in favor of the Blue Alliance with a minute 3 left to go. 41-12 at the coral zone. Picking up coral, heading towards the reef. They're going to try to score it high. They've got it in their possession. They're backing away. They're going to try another position. They're trying to get that coral scored as 88-66 scores 4. They score 5, 41-12. As it's 76 for the red, 86 for the blue with 37 seconds left to go. 10-point spread right now as it's 90-80 with 30 seconds left to go in favor of the Blue Alliance. As the Red Alliance moves closer, now it's only a 9-point difference with 25 seconds left to go. They're battling it out, trying to figure out who can build the reef the fastest and who can score the most. It's 97 for the blue and 88 for the red with 16 seconds left to go as 87-61 and 88-15 parked underneath the barge for 2 points apiece. They're all trying to score as many points as they can on the reef, trying to take the lead as 41-12. The Eagle Bots goes under the end, 17-46, up off of the surface of the ocean floor at the end of the match. That could be worth 12 points right there. And they may be able to get a ranking point out of that as well. That ranking point helps them in the standings and helps the members of their alliance as well. That was match number 32 of what will be 52. And remember, after match number 35, we will be ending the competition for the day with the pitch remaining open for 1 hour after the final score is announced in match number 35. All right, here we go in match number 32. 131 for the Blue Alliance, 104 for the red. As the Blue Alliance gained 3 ranking points for their victory and 1 ranking point for scoring under the barge more than 14 points. All members of the Blue Alliance move up in the rankings. Walton takes over the number 1 ranked position as the Red Alliance also gains a ranking point for the autonomous action during that last match. getting ready to set up for match number 33.
And it's time for match number 33, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 9086.
Wildcat Robotics, currently ranked number 8.
With them, Team 6925.
WA Robotics.
And Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3635.
The Flying Legion.
Joining them, Team 5219.
Techno Squad.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, 6340.
Sitting in the number 6 ranked position right now, the Marist Manatees.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're in autonomous match number 33. As what you see is what's been programmed by the human players. They can score anywhere from 3 to 7 points in autonomous, as right now we're looking at the Blue Alliance with 16 and the Red Alliance with 9 coming out of autonomous. For the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the chaos controlled on the ocean floor by the human players. As 52-19 looks for algae off of the reef. They're going to try to pull it off of the reef. That's been doing that all day long. There's another score by the Blue Alliance. 63-40. Scoring high. Each one of the pieces of coral, that's those white cylindrical objects that you see. That's known as coral. They place them high atop the reef. They're worth 5 points. As 9086 did just then. The Fighting Mongooses looking for some algae. They're at the driver's station wall. They pick up the algae. Got it in their possession. What are they going to do with it? They kicked it down the field as they move into a defensive mode over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Trying to stop the Red Alliance from gaining that coral in the coral station. The Blue Alliance bots. As each one of those pieces of coral worth 5 points high, 4 points in the middle, 3 points low. They can score it in the trough, it's worth 2 points. Algae scored in the side is worth 6. Placed in the net is worth 4. There's a lot of scoring opportunities out there. As worth 38-14 with a minute left to go in match number 33. There's algae all over the sea floor as the bots will slip on the algae as they go by it. 69-25. Monitoring the conditions of the current for 9086 as they head towards the coral station. 5900 heads towards the coral station as well, looking for that human player to pass that coral down the chute to the bottom of the sea where that robot awaits to place it and rebuild the coral reef.
36-35, the Flying Legion doing the same thing on the opposite side as they receive that coral and head towards the reef. Where 36-35 places it, we'll look and see. It looks like they're going in the middle row. If it's in the middle row, it's worth 4 points, but it falls off the middle row into the trough. That's worth 2, as now we're down to under 20 seconds. We're down to 10 seconds as it's 50 for the blue and 35 for the red. A lot of scoring opportunities, a 63-40. That's the Marist Manatees, currently ranked number 6, pulls himself off of the bottom of the floor. That's worth 12 points. They could also gain that valuable ranking point with 52-19 parked in the barge zone as well. That's the end of qualifying match number 33. And once again, we will be ending the competition today after match number 35 to return tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pits will stay open 1 hour after the final score is mentioned here in match number 35. All right, the results are in for match number 33, and it looks like the Bluefish are swimming on the reef. Blue Alliance victorious in match number 33 with a score 66-46. Blue Alliance gained 3 ranking points for their victory. 1 ranking point for the barge for a violation by the Red Alliance of... No, that's the Red Alliance, okay? Blue Alliance gaining 5 ranking points, and the Red Alliance has their 1 ranking point.
Introducing our teams for qualification match 34. On the Red Alliance, we have team 10-3-76.
The Plutonium Panthers and NOAA.
Joining them, team 69-44. Alliance.
The Wolverines with Wobble.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, Team 7470.
Currently sitting in rank number 10, the Rambot Robotics with Plankton.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 1648.
Currently ranked number 4, it's G3 Robotics and Wellerman.
8100.
Grayson Robotics with the Leaning Tower of Loganville.
And Team 8577.
The Georgia Cyber Academy champions with Nemo.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And qualifying match number 34 in play right now. As the bots move off of their starting position, they gain 3 points apiece. Scoring high across the top, Coral Reef gains them 7 points in autonomous. They can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points in autonomous as now the human players take control of the bots. 8100 with a piece of coral in their possession. Looks like they're going to go try high across the top of the reef. Each one of those worth 5 points as their alliance partner. 1648 to G3 Robotics does the same thing. Side by side is 6944 the Wolverines going high atop the reef for 5 as it's 26 to 16 with a minute 50. Now make that 26 to 20 with a minute 48 left to go in qualifying match number 34. 10-3-76 has one drop off the trough into the trench. That would have been worth 2 points had it fell into the trough. 1648 going high one more time and it drops off and doesn't land in the trough, but lands back onto the ocean floor. Oh my goodness. 10-3-76 with another piece of coral in their possession, placing it in the trough worth 2 points as it's now 45 for the blue and 24 for the red. 69-44, that's the Wolverine Robotics team. They've got that coral in their possession, looking for a place to place it. It looks like they're going to try to go. Let's keep an eye on where they're going with that piece of coral. They're going high with that piece of coral, scoring 5 points for the Red Alliance as the Red is inching closer to the Blue Alliance with 31 points to the Blues 56. As 85-77, they're at the coral zone picking up coral. Their alliance partner 8100 Grayson Robotics placing one high atop the reef. That's 5 points right there as 85-77 has one drop off of the trough, and so does 1648. It's 61 for the blue and 31 for the red as we got 32 seconds left to go in the match. 10-3-76 with a piece of coral in their possession heading towards the reef looking to land in the trough. They've got it. They place it in the trough. That's worth 2 points for the Red Alliance as it's now 36 for the red, 61 for the blue. As we're down to under 20 seconds, that's the sonar sound. That's what it means. 74-70. That's the Rambot Robotics team. They're trying to grab a hold of that deeply anchored cage to lift themselves up towards the surface. If they can do that, they'll gain 12 points. 1648 already off of the surface of the ocean floor. That could be worth 12 points for them and a ranking point, as it may be a blue bot parked under there with them, giving them at least 14 points in the barge zone. All right, that was qualifying match number 34. As we await the results of that, remember that after match number 34, after the score is read in match number 35, we will be keeping the pits open for 1 hour to return tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. when the pits will open. As we await the score in match number 34. In just a moment. And the results are in. Let's take a look. What color fish will swim on the reef? The Blue Alliance, victorious in that match as their fish are swimming on the reef with a score of 79 to 46. They gained 5 ranking points, 3 for the victory, 1 for completion of more than 14 points under the barge, and they also completed their autonomous ranking point challenge. 1648 holds on to the number 4 ranked position as the other 2 members of their alliance move up in the standings. As we get set to move into match number 35, don't forget, match number 35 will be our final qualifying match of the day. After the match has been completed, we will read the scores, and the pits will remain open for 1 hour after the reading of the score.
Introducing the teams to the final match of the day. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 9477.
Currently in the number 8 ranked position, Lambda.
Joining them will be Team 8761.
Tiger Bite.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, 9057.
Girl.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 4701.
Team Wire.
With them, Team 4188.
The Columbus Space Program.
And Team 6829.
Sitting in the number 2 ranked position, Ignite Robotics.
The field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go with the final qualifying match of today in autonomous, as the bots can score 3 points for leaving their starting position. They can also score anywhere from 3 to 7 points on the reef in autonomous. All that was programmed play. Now the humans take control for teleop. They're controlling the chaos of the ROVs on the bottom of the ocean floor. as 4188, the Columbus Space Program, underwater, shooting high with their, there we go, they take some of their space technology and launch that algae into the barge on the Blue Alliance side of the field as it's 10-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:45 left to go. There goes 9477. The Lambda team launching for as well. 4188 bouncing around at the coral zone. 9477 launching and scoring another 4 points as the Columbus Space Program does the same on the opposite side of the field. It's 20-14, 29-14 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now as 4701 is at the barge zone. 9477 scoring another 4 for the Red Alliance as they inch closer to the Blue Alliance. With 1:10 left to go, it's 18 for the Red and 34 for the Blue. There goes another 4 points for the Blue Alliance from 4188, 9477 collecting that algae. They're sitting in position. They're getting ready to score 4 more points as it's 48 for the Blue Alliance and 26 for the Red. Make that 52 for the Blue Alliance as the Columbus Space Program picks up another piece of coral, a piece of algae off of the reef. They've got their arm raised up high, and they're having a little bit of trouble. It's slippery, but it gets in there for 4 points as well. 56-26 with 35 seconds left to go in favor of the Blue Alliance here in match number 35, our final qualifying match of the day. As 94-77, the Lambda team launches another piece of algae into the net. 68-29, that's the Ignite Robotics team. Got that coral in their possession. It drops off to into the trench as 94-77. Once again in position, trying to launch that algae up and into the net for another 4 points. As it's 69 for the Blue and 40 for the Red. There's another 4 points for the Red Alliance. On that side, we come to the end of the match as we await the release of the fish onto the coral reef, and we can tell you the final score and what else is associated with that. Once again, that was our last qualifying match of the day. We will announce the score, and then 1 hour after we announce the score, the pits will close. We will reopen the pits tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with opening ceremonies beginning at 9. All right, we have a final score in match number 35. Coming up right now, it is the Blue Alliance victorious in that match with a score of 81-56. 81-56. The Blue Alliance gained 3 ranking points with that victory. It is now 5:27. The pits will remain open until 6:27 this evening. It's 5:27 right now. The pits will remain open until 6:27.